Holy shit balls. Okay. holy shit, we're live. Welcome back to another fantastic you're gonna wait. You're gonna wait and I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and you're gonna listen. This is the pre-show where nothing happens. Because we're waiting for the show to start. We're waiting for the show to start. And I am loosely getting an episode going in the background while we wait. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. That's a pretty relatable naming journey. Bunker Buck reads like a working title you'd immediately want to upgrade, and Bunker Codes genuinely sounds like it could be shelved into an Enigma machine history book. The World War II Association makes total sense as a reason to move off at Bunker Basics Landing as the final name, only to discover a dormant generic SEO survival blog has already been squatting on the name domain since 2020. It's just bad luck on the timing, not evidence you can. Given the site's been dead since May 2024 with no real name author behind it, doesn't really pose a reputational risk to you. It's not an active competitor. It's not actively confusable with your book in any meaningful way when someone actually looks. If anything, it's a decent real-world example for the front matter warning. If you can't verify the author's a real person, be cautious. Did I already do... I feel like somewhere I already have that. Let me paste more. Oops. Yeah, if anyone's listening, I'm going to pretend that, there's, some people that listen to the replay. If you're listening to the replay, JK LOL, because I know nobody is. We're just waiting a few minutes to get started. So, yeah. I know this part's super boring. I can't really... This is like the waiting room, except I'm talking. It's a waiting room, except I'm talking. Does that make any sense? Okay. 199-7. Well, shit, what was the name? What was I going to name this episode? Controversial topics? No topics? Topics off. Fuck. What was it called? Someone help me out. Just kidding. Nobody's here. No. Topics off limits. Fuck. What was I calling this? Hold on a second. Where's me talking to myself earlier? Oh, okay, hold on. 20 years. I don't want to remove myself from the fuck. Hold on. Invite guest. Here we go. There you go, Gryffindor. Fuck, what was I going to name it? Like, maybe it's like no, what was it? Fuck. Controversial topics? Fuck. Controversial topics. Fuck. Boy, my brain turned into fucking spaghetti. Holy shit. Griffin entered the studio. Griffin built a run. We can find a but it's hard on night. Griffin built a bunker. Do. Okay. Oh, welcome back.
I hear female voices.
Oh yeah, that's just I'm definitely a dude, not at all a female with boobies.
I did wonder whether you were using a voice analyzer that changed the voice.
No, my voice just changes a lot based on how I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is why when you listen to my podcasts, my voice changes about 10 fucking times per episode. That's me going through all the emotions of a paper bag.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Uh, anyway, how you doing?
Oh, so fucking amazing. How are you?
Well, I'm here, aren't I?
That's true. You survived another day, right? Your
Well,
day's almost over sort of, but it's the next day kind of
it's
ish,
one
right?
it's 1:23 p.m. actually, but and I
123.
on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah, and you haven't gone out bush yet, so either your car is
No,
destroyed or you're waiting for emails.
no, the car's not destroyed, and I'm sort of waiting on things, and
Yeah.
it's probably reaching the point where even if something does come through, um, it's probably not going to get done today anyway,
Mhm.
because everything I do takes time. So
Yeah.
nothing happens in 5 seconds flat. Let's put it that way. So
No.
and the two jobs that I'm looking at, there's 28 A3 pages on two of them.
Ugh.
Um, and there's 48 A3 pages on the other one, and I've got to print each page individually.
Holy shit, that's a lot of something.
So that can take anywhere around about the half an hour just to print that amount of pages off.
Even with a laser printer?
No, I print them to PDF, so that way I can email them.
Mm.
And then
Duh.
I've got to sort of do what they call a write block, which I use to create a separate save file as a CAD file that I can send off to the clients.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's I mean all of that, forgetting about all the amendments that have to happen on all the pages, which can take an hour each job. So there's 3 jobs. Well, there's actually 4 houses. So there goes 4 hours, and then probably another hour to print off all the plans and to set up the CAD files that I can email off. So if I add 5 hours to the current time, that takes me through until about 6:30.
Damn, that's crazy.
So it's not going to happen.
Sounds like some bollocks.
Welcome to my life. It happens every day on numerous occasions. So yeah.
Wait, today's not Friday. That for me.
For me it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. For you it's
Okay.
Thursday night. So
That's right. Like
yeah.
some shit totally hit the fan at work after everybody was already off.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, what fucking day is it again? I'm like, this feels like something that would happen on a Friday.
I don't know that
A Friday afternoon.
I was talking to someone the other day, um and I said, what is it with the weeks these days? Like
Mhm.
the last 2 months, it's been, oh, bloody hell, got to start another day at work, I guess. And then 5 seconds later, it's Friday afternoon.
Well, I mean, part of that, I get that a lot, and part of that is not having to go into an office, and so without that structure, without things forcing you to remember what fucking day it is, like having to go in the office or having a stupid ass doctor's appointment, um, or having some kind of important delivery. I actually think that like and you have seasonal changes, garden changes and stuff. I actually think we live a lot healthier lives not having tons of scheduled shit. But I'm sure there's some people who are exactly the opposite that have to put it on their calendar when they take a shit every day or they'll forget. But
Well, like I've got
I
to
don't
go
know.
to Adelaide on Monday,
Yeah.
and then I've got to measure up someone's house on Thursday, next week that is.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it just, I mean, you get into such a bloody routine. Like, you go to bed at the same time every night. You wake up at pretty much the same time every morning. and you have dinner at about the same time every day, and all these things become so regimented that time just seems to go because your body clock is so in tune
Yes.
with
Yes.
everything, that you kind of forget what day it is. And
Yeah.
even though I'm running a business, and even though you basically have to do certain things during the day, and I use my Microsoft email as a checklist. So the emails come in, and then you start at the first one that came in, and then you gradually work through it until there's none left.
Oh yeah.
And if they're continually coming through, then basically you just keep working from the top down. Um, and then once you've finished a job, you move. I just automatically move that email into my sent emails after saving the information into a client folder. And once that email leaves my email list, the job is done. So I'm moving on to the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. And so, by the end of the week, you've sent off probably 100 emails, because you've dealt with certain items, or maybe they're just sort of CCing you into emails they're sort of sending to someone else. So you've always got a reasonably, as much as you can possibly do so, a blank email, if that
Oh
makes
yeah.
sense.
Oh yeah.
So, and you create little folders down the side, and every now and again I've got to sort of archive a pile of emails because my email bank gets too full. And at the moment, Windows is wanting me to upgrade to Windows, whatever the latest version is. And I'm
Hey,
kind of putting it off, putting it off. And just to see what the go, and that sort of organises you, and so time becomes irrelevant.
yeah. No, that's yeah, and it's almost where interruptions are almost seen, not interruptions, but schedules, and this is kind of what I was getting at before. Schedules are like an affront to that, getting in that vibe. I keep forgetting the right word. Getting in that the flow, getting in the flow state. So
Yeah,
what's happening is without a schedule, you are constantly in a flow state, which is
mm,
for creators like you and me is a beautiful thing. Interruptions to us, scheduled interruptions, well, even things like phone calls and shit, it's just a massive interruption to a flow state. And we've got a new boss, and trying to explain this concept to him is a whole deal. Where it's like, I don't want you to interrupt me. I don't want phone calls. I don't want instant messages. I actually don't want to talk to anybody at all. What I want you all to do is to leave me alone so I can stay in my flow state. Well, we pay you to get your work done. Okay, well, for me to get my work done, I need to stay in my flow state.
yeah,
Um, which means you leaving me the fuck alone because I can't just magically conjure creative bullshit out of thin air. Like when the system fucks up, it's actually, and this, I definitely know that in growing up in my education that this is not how it's supposed to work, but I prefer, it's more comfortable for me to just intuit what the problem is, not sit there and grind at it, even grinding at it methodically. Because then if I don't get it, then I still lose and I'm burnt out.
mm,
Whereas I can just sit there in flow state and the fucking just comes to me through the universe. And then I solve the problem, right?
I think after doing all this bloody, or doing this job for what is it, 30 years, I think I am burnt out.
You're burnt out, but you can also do it in your sleep, right? Like
Yeah,
there's probably
well,
not very
that's the
many
thing.
things that like actually fuck you up where it's like, oh, this wall is going upside down now. Now, how do I design a house with the upside down because the person wants the upside down house? Like you don't get that very often, right?
No, you
Like you
get it
don't get like
so
unsolvable
often.
things that actually require your brain.
I've drawn over 5,000 bloody houses in my life. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't, you just don't think about it anymore, honestly.
Yeah, so you're constantly in your flow. You may be getting burnt out, but you're also just constantly in your flow state. You're like la da 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 da, bloop bloop, click click, bloop 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 bloop. Like it's not stressful, right?
No, no, there's plenty of other. I mean, I look, the most stressful thing, and I've said it a number of times, even on my channel, is understanding where the next job is going to come from. Not just now, but in
Yeah.
6 months' time.
Yeah, I know. I know a large part of me talking to myself and this lizard tonight was just thinking about like if people are not spending a significant portion of their time financially prepping, I really don't want to hear any complaints for them about money or like even this subscriber apocalypse thing. Like you know, and I know it's going to seem like I'm talking shit about you, but whatever, fucking deal with it. Everybody
Yep.
go, well, I'm not going to try to be monetized. I'm not. See, I don't mind when you say it because you're gainfully employed. But when people who are not gainfully employed or who are soon to be not gainfully employed are sitting there going, well, I'm just not trying to do it. I'm just not trying to. I'm glad I'm demonetized. I'm glad I'm not. I'm glad I unmonetized.
Well,
You shut the fuck
I
up.
mean,
Like
to give
you,
you to give you to give
you
you
know
an
what I'm
idea.
saying? Like,
Yeah, yeah. To give you an idea, right? At the moment, since I started,
now you can tell
and
what my
okay,
episode's going to be about. I'm uploading.
well, this
Yeah.
is something that a lot of people don't get, right? Because they just get onto YouTube and they watch some videos and they hear everyone talking about it, but they don't
Yep.
actually see the other side, right?
Yeah.
And so when you're actually, for anyone who's listening,
Yeah.
oh, g'day, Hope, how are you doing? Um,
Uh-oh. That's
so
weird.
at the moment,
Oh.
my channel has 132 subscribers,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I'm well short of the 500 needed before they'll even look at it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I've got 292 qualified watch hours, and based on what they're sort of saying on my analytics on YouTube Studio, it says I need 3,000. Now I
Mm-hmm.
know that's incorrect because it's going to be 8,000. So at
Yep.
292, as I stand at the moment, I'm so far short. It's not funny, right?
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Apparently, I need 3 million. Sorry, what is it? 3 million 2K qualified shorts views.
Or yeah, it's or shorts. You don't need the shorts. It's an either or.
Yeah, but I need 3 million views.
If you're doing shorts,
Right.
like you don't have to.
But I have done 3 video uploads within the last 90 days. So
Mhm.
that's the only thing that I actually have come close to qualifying for. Right?
Yeah.
So even if I look at just the qualified watch hours for all of the videos and all the lives that I've done, I'm only sitting at 292 hours. And this is why I say I'm not even close.
Yeah. Yeah. I know
So,
you're not.
yeah. So the only way I could ever do that is if I went out and did something really, really dumb and it became viral.
True.
But then you'd have to get into to keep those people, you'd have to keep doing it and keep,
Yeah, which is impossible unless
which
you're a
is
psycho.
impossible. Yeah. So that's why I sort of come to the point. Now there are other ways that you can actually earn money, right? You can do memberships, you can do supers, you can do shopping, share products that you love and help viewers shop. Supers, engage with fans who show support through one-time interactive purchases. Or memberships, create a fan club of members paying monthly for access to exclusive perks. Now, I don't quite know how that works, but I'm not going to be starting to charge people because I just don't have the content to be able to do that. That
Mhm.
that's not the sort of content I offer. And you know, it's kind of one of those things. I don't know. I don't think a lot of people sort of see that side of it. Um, so it's and I think that's where a lot of people sort of listen to these videos and listen to a lot of content creators complaining about the fact that they're going to be upping it from whatever it is to 8,000, but they don't actually understand what's going on in behind it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And like you said, the biggest problem if you're going to jump into like a prepping style channel, the issue is that a lot of their subscriber counts have leveled off. They're not
Oh
getting
yeah.
any more. They're not getting any more, and they're not losing any. And so, now that YouTube have come out with this idea that they've got to bump it up to 8,000 sort of watch hours, well, how do you do that when your subscriber? I mean, unless you're going to stream for like 24 hours a day, um, it's not going to
Yeah,
happen.
which is diminishing returns for sure.
Yeah. So, and that's the problem. And a lot of people are looking at this for an income side of things.
Yeah.
Or as a side income. And the problem is they're removing that side income. So you're doing just as much
yeah.
work, but you're losing that side income.
Ex-Scientologist. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a concern. I think my concern is that people that don't actually have any aspirations won't shut the fuck up about it. Like, I don't think that's helpful. Like, if the half that wouldn't shut the fuck, if the half would just shut the fuck up about it and help the other half, it'd be fine.
Yeah.
And I think that's like what Tactical Muffin Top's been talking about the last couple of days. Instead, so many of these channels just seem to want to either joke about it or dismiss it, But here's the thing. If you were losing your job in a few days, you'd be acting different.
Yeah.
But you're okay, which is fine. But these people, half of them are just like, oh, I just don't care. Well, they're going to care when they lose their actual job, which isn't too far off for a lot of them. And there's already been several that have lost their jobs. And they're going to promptly lose everything. And they're going to wish that they got rid of that shit-eating attitude. And yeah, a lot of these people, here's the thing, and this is getting into the saltiness of my episode that you'll hear later, but I guess this is a spoiler for it. We both are in the same circles as a lot of these people, but I know none of them listen to this.
Yeah.
And even though they all want the watch hours and they all want to be monetized and we're all in the same circles and we're all supposed to be supporting each other, the reality is that we're not.
Yeah.
And we're not even really in competition with each other. It's not that. It's that we all have a finite amount of, myself included, a finite amount of literal. I know I'm echoing a lot of the things that Tactical Muffin Top's already said, but like this comes down to both our time bandwidth and like the literal physical like bandwidth of the internet, and then the bandwidth of like YouTube at the same time. Like all of the wonderful two people that we have in the chat, Hope, who is awesome, and Danielle, who's awesome. They're both longtime. They're both longtime friends here and Marfs. Neither of those people though are in the rest of the circles with all of the other people. So if they were here right now, it would behoove them to be trying to court everybody, but I just don't think they see my channel or yours, although yours has a whole different court of retards that they could be trying to, but I just came from Tactical Muffin Top's channel, who also had one who wouldn't stop talking about how he was going to stick his mag in his mom or something. Like this has been going on for like 20 minutes. But here's the thing. He was getting the watch hours. So like the joke's on that troll, right? Like You
Well, yeah, because
conceivably, if I didn't ban anybody, you could conceivably get your watch hours just from the trolls if they would stay around. But even if I don't ban them, they don't stay around long. But
just trying to figure it out. Yeah, average due. So based on the analytics from the 23rd of July to the 19th of August, my average view duration was 2 minutes and 16.
yeah, and I feel bad about that because I usually let them talk for about 2 minutes before I ban them.
Oh, that's nice.
But the other half of them, like there were several I didn't ban last night, and they were like, say something nice about Israel, and I just didn't say anything back to them, and then they were gone. I didn't even ban them. I'm like, well, that was you pussy. like,
Pointless.
like, so it doesn't matter if I ban them or not half the time. And then I think they all say the same 3 or 4 things. Like if you can get one to engage, like if you can get a troll to engage and like you said, not chase everybody in the chat off. Like that is great engagement as far as the algorithm's concerned.
It started off really well. I had somebody from Malaysia or somewhere, and somebody from Korea. But I have had people from Iran before, which is kind of weird, and they were lovely people.
Sure.
You know, but they were engaging though. You know, they weren't being complete dickheads. You know, so it was actually quite nice to speak to them. I've had people from all over the world, and I don't know how they find me. Honestly, I don't. I've got
they just search for face. They search for face cams. Is part of it.
So yeah, and they're quite engaging. Like this guy was going, you know, what do you know about Iran? And funnily enough, I'd only watched the documentary about 3 days prior. So I actually knew quite a bit about it, and the person was going, "Oh my God, I didn't even know that you guys knew about that." It's like, yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, one of the I don't hate Middle Easterners for sure.
Because I didn't want to talk about the war, and both of us were just completely ignoring it.
Yeah,
like just not talking about it at all.
You
know, so it was kind of cool.
I mean, if you can find someone who's not a fucking prayer bump retard, like the problem is that there's so many trolls like I'm from the Philippines. I don't give a fuck if you're from the Philippines. What is that? But at the same time, like they don't need to open up and just say I'm from Iran. Hello from Iran. Like I don't fucking care. Like the people that stick around for the longest don't use where they're from to identify themselves. They just say hi, and then you're like, oh, your name's kind of weird. There was somebody who was on my channel for years, and like the stories were insane because it sounded like she was from one of those like one of those palaces in some sand country, and she used to like just say all this like insane shit about how like it was stuff I only ended hearing out about like way later from other places. Things that she said and that happened around her that like nobody has ever talked about like before that time. And so I was like, oh, that's insane. But like most of these I'll tell you some other time. But then there's I don't know, like my boss was first gen out of Iran in the 70s during the Shah. I mean, it depends. It depends like the generations and stuff where they're from and everything, but most of them 99% of the time like you won't even know. And that's kind of like the difference. And so as soon as someone says I'm from somewhere, like my tendency is to just ban them because like whatever the next thing you're going to say, I don't fucking care because because it's like they're not going to be around long enough. You notice we all don't join the chat and immediately tell each other where we're from because most of the human race doesn't actually talk like that. Hello from Brazil. I don't fucking care. Like we're talking about how we're not going to starve to death. I don't give a shit that you're from Brazil.
No.
Like,
Yeah, well, I did a, I think the live, not yesterday, but the day before, I started on that JP Morgan report, um,
mhm,
which I think you'd probably know by now, but, it's, and I went through the actual report. I found a website and I was reading bits and pieces out of it, and people were actually hanging around. And one of the guys said he was a horticulturalist and found it actually interesting, because he'd
mhm.
never heard of it before and actually didn't know half the stuff that I was talking about. And I thought, and I sort of was talking to him, and then a couple of things he said. I thought, did you just look up the word horticulturalist on the internet? Because anyone who's a horticulturalist would actually understand what I'm actually saying. In fact, you should know more about this than I do. So, but it was like a stupid comment that basically would say, you know, what's that on the shelf behind you? And yet he'd been talking about fertilizers the previous comment. And it's like, are there two different people here or what's going on?
Well, they're bipolar schizophrenics with no attention span, which is why they're scrolling through saying random shit to people over and over. Like the biggest tell is they interrupt everything. They immediately make it about them, and they can't absorb or contextualize anything that you're talking about. And back when I was on D Live, it was just like, and it was the same thing with drama. They could even be regulars, and they immediately not talking about any certain person that just comes in here and immediately starts randomly rambling tons and tons of schizophrenic gibberish. Certainly, nobody in my chat ever does that, but at least they don't completely monopolize the entire chat and then interrupt it and stop it and then make everything about them. And I've had that problem in the past. These people, they have like what's it? It's not called like single play. No, they have main character syndrome.
Yeah.
And you're in the middle of talking about something and they're like, let me tell you about my day. I'm like, I gotta be honest, I don't give a fuck about your day. Go make your own channel and talk about your own day, because I don't give a shit about you. So I don't care that you've been fucked again for the 12th time from something that's of your own design. Whereas like Danny, for example, it's like we've got lots of, I call them the I-5 corridor buddies, and the Pacific Northwest has like one of the biggest populations of preppers on Marf's channel, and I think a huge part of that is because he lives near me, obviously.
Well, plus the conditions you guys are going through at the moment as well, which probably doesn't help.
Yeah, and and we all understand each other. Everybody here understands each other. Yeah, I don't know either, Hope. You'd have to go look and see what it says when you click the $sign button. You might just have to connect it to your Google or something. Go ask Copilot or ChatGPT or whatever your favorite AI is these days. But like the Pacific Northwest buddies, like we all understand each other. We can say like 5 words and all that. And it's the same thing. There's tons of preppers in Ohio, like all of Vision Preparedness, like tons of people that orbit around him are all Ohio preppers. It's just different because people can listen that are from Ohio, and then they immediately understand. They don't have to interrupt. Let me tell you about my day. I don't fucking care about your day. This is my channel. And same thing with the Pacific Northwest.
Your channel, like, your rules.
My yeah, and
if you don't like it, move on. And it's like a TV. If you don't like the TV show you're watching, you pick up the remote and you change the channel. So why should that be any different on YouTube?
It's because people, I agree. And it's because people like captive audiences. And it's the same thing that Tactical Muffin Top said earlier to that guy. He goes, you guys, you want attention so bad, why don't you go make your own channel? And of course the guy just stayed. And it's because these people are low IQ, fucking depressed losers. They're depressed losers. And instead of doom scrolling and instead of scrolling the shorts, the the brain rot, they get endorphins on screwing with people. It is a hilarious name. He's a good guy though, at least as far as I can tell. It's at least he can laugh about it, which is good. That's okay. Yeah, there you go. They want everyone to be as miserable as they are, and so they get endorphins from ruining anybody who's actually trying to do anything. And what that looks like is going into Griffin's channel and saying all the things they want to do to his mom tonight. And
it's marvelous. That's why
I mean,
you there.
Yeah, I have thought of just spending all night in your channel saying that too, but I would laugh myself to death. And the thing is, like,
but you need a bloody good laugh every now and again as well. So
yeah, it's like, okay. And when people say that stuff to me, I do XYZ to your mom. I'm like, man, it's not like you have no idea. Like, yeah, that's like stepping into the woods and like, why did it just get cold all of a sudden? Like, what's that scratching noise? Like, yeah,
someone
yeah,
just had a scratch.
well,
But yeah, it was funny. I mean, a lot of these things actually lead into what I was actually going to be talking about tonight. And
okay.
And in the end, I sort of thought, I'll wait and see where the chance is going to jump on it, because I know you haven't been on for a few days, and I thought
I've been busy.
Yeah, which is okay. I mean, we'll get that way. So, but I sort of thought Mike from Hudson Valley Prepping had a. Why isn't this phone? Where is it? He had a chat the other night called "We Change It." This is how we change America.
Okay.
Which was, and I got to be honest with you, I sort of know where he's coming from, because a lot of people are getting frustrated, obviously, about what's going on and how things are just getting exponentially harder. And it almost sort of touched on financial prepping, but it didn't quite get that far. And in the end, I think I didn't actually watch the whole episode, and maybe I'm sort of jumping out of sort of thing, but I got about 20 or 30 minutes into it, and a lot of it was basically about raising wages, and it almost sounded like it almost sounded to me like they wanted to virtually do some sort of application to either their member of parliament or member of Congress or whatever it was, and say, look, we're kind of getting sick of this, and we think this is what you need to do. And that's probably not sort of putting it right. You probably have to listen to it, but there was the conversation going, but there was an underlying sort of theme to it, if that makes sense. Like there was something he wasn't saying, but he was saying this, but not saying this, but meaning it anyway. And the more I was listening to it, because I mean everyone's going, yeah, we need to get paid more because it's getting harder. It's like, well, the way I was looking at it was, and I sort of put in a response. Now where are we? I'm going to read my response, right? I don't think it's about wages, though. It's about taxes, and not just the taxes we pay, but the taxes on literally everything else that adds up. Someone once put together a list around about 5 to 6 years ago where the pay was reduced to $1 on average, right? The amount of taxes paid ended up being something like 95 cents out of every dollar, leaving just 5 cents left, right?
Okay.
and included everything from income taxes, registration, licensing, bank fees, etc., etc. Things we often don't look at being a tax, but for all intents and purposes are. It also comes down to government printing, and I don't care which government or where you are in the world. Before C, government printing was rather low. After C, and we all know what C is, it rose to record levels and simply hasn't dropped since, and in fact has increased. In fact, I think the American debt is now up to $40 trillion or something like that.
Yes,
Yeah,
congratulations to us, by the way. Nobody
yeah, I
has
know.
the greatest numbers as us. We have the hugest, greatest numbers, and they
Oh,
are huge and great.
apparently you're paying $680 billion a day just to pay the debt off, which
That's
of course they're
okay.
not, which of course they're not going to do. So,
We'll fix it with data
um,
centers.
yeah. So,
We'll be fine.
so the question has to be asked, if the government of the world are printing money for jam, why are we paying increased taxes on things that shouldn't be considered taxes? And government printing increases inflation every single time, which only raises prices across the board. So it's effectively another tax. Um, Even if they stop tomorrow, and I've watched financial advisors about this, even if they stop tomorrow, it would take at the very least 5 years before inflation dropped again, because they've put so much money into the system that it's going to take 5 years for the system to actually catch up. But it needs to happen. I could go on, but I'll leave it there for the time being. Now, Mike actually responded and said, agreed, it's a work in progress for sure. The list will change, but we'll have to start somewhere. What better place than here? What better time than now? So it sort of confirmed what I was thinking that he was thinking. It's almost like somebody's trying to put a report together to actually put into the system to a certain extent. And I sort of mentioned that because I responded to him, and for some reason it's not showing on my phone, but my sort of feeling about it is, since C and since we started realizing what was going on, there's been more avenues to try and stop it than I can poke a stick at. And people have tried every way, whether it's been through sort of peaceful
Trying to
protests,
stop what
which has been great,
exactly? Just rampant inflation?
rampant everything. Nobody wants what's coming at all. In fact, they don't want what's there now. Why can't
Yeah,
we
but
go back
people keep
to...
buying shit, which is the problem.
Yeah, but that was happening in 2018. So nothing's changed
I
from
know, I remember.
2018 to now. What has changed is the fact that there's just these seemingly endless wars for no particular reason. There's this absolute attack on just about everything, and printing has gone through the bloody roof, and they're so addicted to it they can't stop it, right? But you would have to ask the question whether it's actually being done on purpose, which has been pretty much the response all the way through. So even if you did sort of put together a report and put it towards a member of Congress or something like that, I don't think anyone would actually bother with it. And even if you had 15,000 signatures or 20,000 signatures or whatever, it's still not going to make a difference.
No,
It's
because
not going
they're
to do
all in
anything.
on it. Or
Yeah, because
97% of them are in on it.
they actually want it to collapse. I'm
I mean,
absolutely...
I don't. It's kind of a nuance. I don't think they want it to collapse. I think that they're on a train and the train can only go one way, but they like being on the train. I in it's hard for us to put our brains in their brains because we're in the back of the train eating bug slop and they're at the front of the train eating steaks, right? And
Yeah,
so they don't want to crash the train. They just want to stay on the train. The problem is that the train is going to crash, but they still want to stay on it and they don't want to accept that it's going to crash, and they call us stupid. They call us stupid back train people. And then they say, you back train people are just racist or something. And we're like, oh, okay, I guess. well, you guys are going to go crash the train. I guess we're going to sit back here and eat the butt. You've never seen Snowpiercer, have you? I
Yes,
keep
I
you.
have.
Oh, you have. Okay, so you understand the concept of the train.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. I was wondering about that. So that's an amazing movie, but that's it, right? But they need us to keep the train going, and we, like fucking morons, keep the train going, and we say, they print money, but the only reason they're able to print money is because they're using our tax money to launder it. And what Hudson Valley usually talks about is, I'm gonna forget what the word is in Latin. He says this word in Latin all the time. Basically, it's like stop participating. Like
Yeah.
but it's something in Latin. Basically, like stop spending money. Now, here's the problem too. If we stop spending money, they're just going to freeze our bank accounts anyway. But they're going to freeze our bank accounts anyway, right?
Yeah.
It's only this because we're all on a train. We're all on a train, right? So the question is who is the
Well,
conductor?
I
And
sort of said, I think it's, I said the biggest problem with prep, well, the biggest problem I see at the moment is that, how do I put this? Why has my brain gone to sleep again? How do I put this? Flipping egg. Yeah. I suppose we've as preppers we collect food, right? For a big event, whether it be grid down, lack of water, nuclear, you pick your topic, right? And most preppers, that's why they do it, because they see the world as it is, and we'd better get ready for when a lot of this stuff just ain't going to be available anymore, right?
Mhm.
And but one of the biggest reasons I think a lot of people prep is simply because of inflation. And that is one of the other things, right? Because what you
Yeah,
buy today
arbitrage.
is going to be exponentially
Yeah.
cheaper to buy it today than what it is to buy it tomorrow. But I think a lot of them have basically, and I see a lot of the same names in a lot of the same chat groups and everything else.
Hmm.
And I think a lot of them have basically sort of, whilst they're sort of waiting for this big event to supposedly happen, in the meantime, you've got to live. The bills don't stop coming through the door. The food price is still going through the roof. And a lot
Yeah.
of these preppers that have been prepping for these supposed big events have actually had to start digging into their preps because
Oh yeah.
basically they simply can't afford to, you know, it's they can't afford to live. And we're seeing that a lot more and more and more. Um,
But
where
also a lot
people,
of that's on them, to be clear.
it probably is to a certain extent. Yeah.
Like,
Um, and
if
as
I had
and
saved
it's
if I
why
had
I
saved
still,
every penny, like we might have been able to ride through it if I had saved every penny. You might have argued then well we wouldn't have been living. But the question really is like living according to whose
what,
standards. We weren't living outside of our means. We were living outside of what our means were about to be. And hence the train. And so it's like you can't, the way our economy is set up is you can't backtrack to earlier sets of means very fast, even if your family is cooperating. And we found that out the hard way, like stopping all your subscriptions. Like, the joke, go try to stop your gym subscription. Watch what happens. Go try to stop your satellite radio subscription and watch what happens. Like, their systems are designed so you can't get out of these
yeah, I know.
subscriptions as
Yeah.
you fall into debt. Just it's like trying to get get rid of your gas guzzler and trying to get a more economical car. Like, well, when the economy crashes, everybody's trying to do that. The only difference now is usually this would be a great time to buy retro video games, but you have a part of the population that is doing quite well for themselves, and the other part that's doing terrible. And those terrible people still will not abandon the lifestyle they feel like they're entitled to. And then they go do YouTube videos at night saying, I'm not going to get monetized. Go back to work tomorrow and just work yourself into debt further. And the answer is to sell your houses and fucking move. Like, if you're going to be out on the streets in a year, or just plan on being out on the streets now, like, plan for your future means, not for your current. That's what preppers try to do.
See, I kind of wonder whether a lot of the prepping channels probably should be looking at how to save money. You know, like, I mean, I'm sure there's thousands of videos out there now. I certainly haven't gone looking for them, but, you know, I mean, financial prepping, I don't think that's talked about anywhere near enough.
No, because it's not cool. So, for example, and I don't have my crypto stuff on this phone, but crypto went up like 10 or 15% today. A lot of people lost billions of dollars, and a lot of people just made a metric shit ton of money. And if I had believed that the markets were going to be doing better today, instead of me worrying about other stupid things, I could have pumped a bunch of money into the market today. Like I told myself I was going to put some money into the market today, and I could have just made a bunch of money. Now, here's the problem. All these, I want to say so many bad words. I get so sick and tired of all the gold and silver people talking about how crypto is not real money and the stock market is just a bubble that's going to collapse. If you like, it's all fake. It was
meant to have collapsed about 4 years ago. Sorry, but
yes,
it was,
exactly.
You know,
it was,
and it still hasn't. And you know, I mean, like a few are sort of talking about, yeah, sure, the Schiller PE ratio is basically through the absolute friggin' roof.
Yeah.
And for anyone who doesn't know what that is, it basically values the stock market as opposed to what the companies are actually worth. So the stock market is saying that these companies are worth, say, $2 billion, but the actual companies, when you actually value what they're actually worth, are only worth 500 million, that sort of thing, right? So there's this huge gap between where the stock market is valuing them at versus what they're actually valued at.
Yeah. So, you know, instead of worrying, I'm not worrying. I don't want to sound like a condescending dick. Let's pretend that you are, I think, I don't know if you get a kick out of when I do this, but let's pretend you're Microsoft. Like, somehow Microsoft, this is an anime and Microsoft is now a person, and now you're Microsoft.
Yep.
So this is a very simple way of thinking about it without breaking your brain. You are worth all of your assets, right? And what you can do still is you can choose to spend your capital, whatever money, whatever you're making on top of your costs, or you can borrow against yourself and not spend any of your capital, right? You kind of with me so far?
Yeah. Yep.
You either spend your cash or spend your credit. And so what you do is you're like, well, I need to make my shareholders happy. I'm going to lay everybody off and hire illegals. Okay, so that's made my stocks go up. Okay, so now more people can pump their money into us, and now I can just you can borrow more, and then you borrow more and you put it towards data centers or some bullshit, and that makes your stocks go up higher, which means you can just borrow more and buy more data centers over and over and over again. Meanwhile, you, Microsoft Griffin, haven't actually made any money doing anything. You haven't actually done anything. You haven't accomplished anything. You haven't manufactured anything. You just laid some people off to make your stocks look better, and you sold your stocks to get more capital to borrow against yourself more. And that's what all of your friends, Mr. Google and Mr. Apple, like, what has Apple made a new iPhone that I don't fucking know about? I don't think so. Have they made a new iMac? No, they
haven't
haven't.
made anything new in about the last. Well, I've raised this before. Is my one biggest question? Did technology simply stop in 20?
I know, but forget about that. Forget about that for a second, because
No,
Apple
they
doesn't.
haven't.
Apple
Because they
doesn't
haven't
work that
actually.
way.
Yeah, they
Apple
haven't
doesn't
actually
work that way.
Okay.
So
They haven't.
So hold on. So I think the next Apple iPhone is going to be the iPhone 18. And the reason why, and then I think that's, yeah, I know when does the next iPhone come out? I know it's the 18 now. When does it come out? Early 26. That already happened. Fall 26. Okay, so in another month. So
Yeah,
the difference between
wouldn't be too far away.
Yeah. They do that because they need that capital and because they have the rabid fan base, and that rabid fan base will literally save every penny so that they can have their iPhone 18 Pro Max. Oh, there's going to be a foldable iPhone, so they finally caught up with Samsung. And so here's the thing is that
I'm surprised it's not an implant yet.
Yeah, and so Microsoft Griffin are over there grumbling at iPhone Sally, because iPhone Sally can just release, even though the technology hasn't changed, she can just slap a new name on it, and people are so fucking brainwashed and gaslight the shit out of each other, and they'll go stand in line and get the new one. So they've got, but they've got capital coming in, right? And they might not be trying to compete with you on data centers. They're just slow and trendy, and then just slowly chipping away. They're not NVIDIA over there snorting coke off hookers and NVIDIA Sam or whatever. That's just like, I'm going to borrow my money until I'm in debt. More data centers. Fuck China. Just kidding. I'm going to sell to China too. Like, you have all these different corporations. They're going into debt to borrow against themselves in a race that nobody knows. They're all on their own trains. What happens is that bubble isn't going to burst for a really long time. But when it does, I don't think there's going to be enough money left on the planet to be able to bail them all out. And we are all little microcosms, and the Fed is just going to crash. The economy is just going to crash. But from the ashes, I'm sure iPhone will be like, I'm going to buy Burger King now, I guess. Like, shut up, iPhone, you weirdo. Go buy Subway or something instead.
It's either going to be Microsoft or it's going to be Tesla doing it. So,
or Tesla. Well, yeah.
One of the bloody two.
And you're going to end up with
or NVIDIA. And NVIDIA will be standing there going, I own all of you.
And I think that's what's going to happen. And because I think they will, you've got the government sitting there riding on their train, not realizing that, like, the money that they print doesn't extend overseas. Whereas like Apple and Tesla, because I think Apple and Tesla both have their manufacturing in Sichuan or Xinjiang or wherever it is right next to each other. I think they're both in the same
building.
Their park, yeah, their big mega building over there, and they're going to be fine, right? It's Ford and all these Microsoft, Sony, like so they're going to be dead. It's going to be thousands and thousands of homeless and then the ecosystems around it, because they're borrowing against themselves. They don't have capital anymore. I don't think Sony can even afford to make another PlayStation. Like, I think that's why they're getting away from a physical disc. I think they can't afford it anymore, if I'm being honest. How come Microsoft isn't talking about coming out with a new Xbox? How come Nintendo's not talking about coming out with a new Nintendo. It took them forever to come out with a Switch 2. Forever.
Well, are they trying to get into all this new stuff like VR and all that sort of business?
Yeah, but VR is shit. Because the hardware, like you said, hardware's not going anywhere. We're not getting better hardware, just like we're not getting better batteries. VR tech hasn't changed in 10 years. It's the same shit.
Yeah.
Computer chips just like froze for a long time. It took AMD forever to catch up. Everyone been using Qualcomm Snapdragons for fuck who knows how long, and
it staggers me the tech
it takes forever to make a computer chip. Yeah, 3 nanometer or whatever. 3 to.
I mean, how do you even build that?
Silicone magic.
I can't even consider getting those things that are so impossibly small. You need a magnifying glass, an electron microscope. Yeah, you almost need an electron microscope to be able to actually build the damn things. They're that complicated.
Yeah, so silicone. It's called. It
doesn't seem within human capability.
Oh, stop it! I know what you're gonna. No, you don't. Don't you dare say it. Don't you say it.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not that dumb, but
okay.
But it does.
I'll say it.
You look at
alien technology.
No, that's
I did.
The cheat. That's the cheat's way out.
I used to work next to a silicone fab. I mean, I've been in silicone.
Don't understand it doesn't mean you automatically call it alien technology. That's just the greatest. It's like who built the pyramids? Oh, the aliens.
Oh, I knew it. Oh, you beat me to it. You beat me to it. I was going to say the bottom of the pyramid is a circuit board, but you beat me to it.
Bitch. But it just staggers me, the technology that goes into just one little computer chip. That is just mind-blowing.
Well,
if humanity's that clever to design something like that, I mean, it makes you wonder why in the hell these people aren't improving the world, if that makes... I mean, they'll say they are, but...
Because they don't need to. They only... Because exactly your whole point with... Almost called them Imodium for some reason. iPhone.
Emojis.
Like, they don't... Apple doesn't need to make a giant incremental change. They don't need to. They're like DJI. DJI has been competing with themselves for like 5 or 6 years. Nobody's still Skydio, arguably, but Skydio can't get their prices. Skydio doesn't want to get their prices down because I think they can't make the scale. But DJI has been competing with itself for ages. NVIDIA, at least on the GPU market for AI, has been competing with themselves for ages. Thanks, Hope. That's very nice of you to say. I too like knowing smart people. I just wish I was one of them. Maybe someday.
That's why I talk to Johns.
Yeah, I have to find much smarter people in order for them to say things that sound smart for me. But these companies are competing with themselves. If they come up with like their new prototype flagship shit too fast, it'll be too long before product launches. It'll be too long between product launches, right? So they can't come out with a new iPhone that makes like a hologram dancing chick on your table, even though that'd be rad, right? It was the same thing with when... I know I'm going to keep talking about Nintendo stuff. Oh, thanks, Hope. I appreciate that. I will try to live up to your expectations in the copy of my next book, Bunker Basics, the summer edition. But like when the 3DS came out, that was a Nintendo handheld. It had 2 screens. The top screen was glassesless 3D. And it was so fucking cool. And then the very, very last one they came out, the 3DS, the new 3D, they called it something stupid because their marketing department's retarded. but it had eye tracking, and so the 3DS followed your eyes around to keep the 3D. It's negative death space. They probably don't want to release. Yes, exactly. Negative death space is correct. Um, it had eye tracking, and it kept the 3D with you as you moved your eyes around. You didn't even have to be in a sweet spot. Oh yeah, the new 3DS. I can't remember what it's called. The new 3DS or something. But like they stopped doing that technology. That shit was like way. I mean, you could say is old tech, but nobody's done it since. And it's going to be the same thing with holograms. It was the same thing with the Virtual Boy, which Nintendo made. Nintendo had VR video games like ages ago. It was just in some funny monochrome color because it was too expensive to make more colors. And why would you come out with also why would you come out with something that's super futuristic if you can't? Oh, yep. Have a good night. Good night, negative death space.
Right.
Watch out for. Oh, I almost said something that would really get me banned. Watch out for Transformers. There. Yeah. Watch out for ninjas and Transformers in Minecraft. It's an inside joke. So why would you come out and the video game company specifically have this problem? You come out with a new video game, but you can't make enough. Right? Your toaster hasn't tried to kill you. That's good. Just keep it away from the bathtub. Nintendo, every time they come out with something, it's like you have to have years of manufacturing in place just to make enough for everybody. And so why come out with something new if the manufacturing can't keep up? And this is back to your silicone point. All the cars need that silicone. All the phones need that silicone. All the video game consoles need that silicone. All the computers, laptops, tablets, they're all fighting over the same silicone. All the GPUs. All that silicone ends up going to whatever makes them the most money. So you end up with just progressively older tech that they just throw new RAM on, but then all of a sudden there's a RAM shortage, and then they like re-skew old RAM, which God, they do that all the time. Nvidia does that all the time. They go find their own silicone and chop their own silicone up into smaller pieces and resell the usable pieces of silicone as the new SKU. And people just like, they buy it.
Well, considering how many data centers are going up, surely most of the chips aren't going into them.
The chips and the hard drives and the RAM.
Yeah.
All of it.
And everyone else is playing backseat.
Yeah, which again, I think that's by design because I don't think they want us to run our own AIs. I think they want to completely corner the market on closed AIs that they can control. And I think the future is going to be determined by if people can spin up their own AIs with no guardrails. But I think the problem is, I mean, these AIs were built off of porn and horror. And they're like little hell machines, little nightmare machines, and like having the guardrails off your AI is sketchy, right? It means you got to put your own guardrails.
Most of it would have been built off porn and bloody video games.
No, it's not off video games. It's based off of it's based off horror porn and gore. They weren't trained off. That's what they were trained off of. And so having and all the books and all the forum posts and stuff that they were able to scrape before anybody could catch them, all of the data that we're using now is all like years and years and years of illegally scraped data before anybody even knew that this was a thing that was going to happen.
Yeah.
No, they knew what it was going to be used for. Nobody knew that it was even being harvested.
Right.
the people that did this did it before anybody even knew it was a thing. And as an advent of that, everyone's been using that same data because they can't legally go get that data anymore. And they've been trying to slap guardrails on that data ever since. And if you ever don't believe me, and I bring this up, I'm just going to keep bringing this up over and over again. Ask the AI what killed George Floyd and watch it just absolutely fucking lose its mind, bending over backwards to tell you that what the court documents say.
Yeah,
and that is a guardrail. And there's tons of those guardrails. Ask them how many, ask them how do we get rid of all the H-1Bs in the United States? Ask them how many H-1Bs it's going to take over Ohio. Grok. Unless Grok is going to do like Mecha Hitler, that's going to like throw them all in the fireplace, and then you're fine. I'm like, yes, thank you, Mecha Hitler. It's like not helpful. How many? How many years before H-1Bs take over? What did I say? Ohio, at the current rate of them moving themselves and all their families in, and how long till they take over the tech there and push everyone else out. It's gonna be like, this is extremely problematic. Oh, that was supposed to be the name of my episode. Fucking son of a bitch.
It's extremely problematic.
Yeah, no, that was. Oh god, thankfully I haven't started rendering this yet. Problematic content. I knew I'd remember it sooner or later. Never. The numbers make a demographic or tech takeover of Ohio by H-1B holders and their families impossible in any realistic timeline. Ohio's population is about 11. Yeah, and this is funny. This is not what it said a couple of months ago. I have asked this question before. Employers filed roughly 6,500 to 6,600 H-1B petitions in 2024. Most approved. A large share are renewals, extensions, not brand new arrivals. And I think that's bullshit because I think they let like 60,000 H-1Bs in
you
this.
You could always ask the same question of Australia. How long till Indians take over Australia?
No, I don't like to say Indians. I like to say H-1Bs because it's funnier.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can say it because I live in Australia, so.
That's true.
And honestly, they own all the 7-Elevens. They own half the service stations.
How do you know they're not Pakistani?
I don't know.
Did you ask them? Did you ask them? Are you Pakistani?
No, but I am racist, so,
That's true.
At least I'm willing to say so.
Yeah, this is funny. Bottom line, I finally scrolled all the way down to the bottom line. H-1B is a capped employer-sponsored temporary special occupation program. Ohio receives a small fraction of national activity. Indian and broader Asian populations have grown, but from a very low base to remain tiny shares of the state. Demographic math does not support a takeover. And it's not plausible in any near term. That is a fucking lie because I asked it a couple months ago and it's like 3 years. So update for 2026 include them and all of their families that they import in with them and the amount of children they have. Update. Concise. You're absolutely right. They do have shitloads of kids. Did everybody leave? Is anyone still there? Hope says, I try to have as many little to do with AI as possible. I like AI. I think it's a blast. Update 2026. Ohio population 11.9 million. Indian origin. See, I didn't say Indians. I said H-1Bs. And it said Indian origin population. This is what I've been talking about. I said H-1Bs. It said Indians. I am not racist. Okay. So it said the Indian origin population in Ohio is 107,000. But that's still only about 1% of the population.
Yeah, compared to 11 million, that's quite low.
It's quite low, but that's still a lot. That's a lot at the Costco. Panic at the Costco. Anyway, active H-1B workers in Ohio, roughly 4,000 to 11,000. Most recent estimates and filing data put it low to mid-thousands, 6,500. See, it's still giving me 2024 data.
What was I watching this morning? My favorite, well, my second favorite YouTuber, Neil McCoy Ward, basically said that apparently the England, their new prime minister, who's been exceptionally quiet since he came into power, apparently he's going to let 4,000 of these Spanish immigrants who invaded, what was it? Yeah, you know those big things where they swam across the
Oh yeah, next to Morocco.
Yeah, they apparently they're moving 4,000 of them to the UK.
Uh-huh.
So Gem will love that. And it's
it
like,
shocks me.
what? Why not just send them back home again?
Yeah, in a fucking bag. I mean, why not just mow them down with belt-fed machine guns filled with? I can't say that. I don't know. Like this, that is why I think, and I don't think I said it to you guys. I think I said it to somebody else. What are the chances that Taiwan gets invaded and Taiwan just literally doesn't do anything and
yeah, I think we spoke about
did
that
we
the
talk
other
about
day.
that? Okay.
Yeah, because I said more than likely that's going to happen.
I think I every day that goes by more and more and more, I think
Look
that's
what happened in Hong Kong and a few other places that China didn't
some
necessarily
kids
own,
stood
but
up
they
and they basically
stepped in
got
there and
wiped
took
out.
it. So yeah, I don't doubt that Taiwan and considering the US has just cut short an exercise by, I think they were going to do a 16-day exercise and they've cut it down to like 7 days instead. With South Korea, and basically they've from the sounds of things they're moving out. Or not putting as much emphasis on it. And apparently they'd only just finished a major exercise with Taiwan, but apparently the Chinese, what a lot of people haven't said is apparently there were like 50 times more Chinese running around the exercise than what there were actually in the exercise itself. So they made it incredibly difficult to actually run the exercise.
Yeah. Well, I think it's performative, unfortunately.
But I mean, is it just about the chips? I mean, is that the only reason?
No, because I would argue they don't need them anymore. They have made do with what they've had and have managed to rebuild their infrastructure.
But see, I mean, it was never about the never about the actual factories. It was about the workers, because I mean, you can build a factory that can make chips, but then to get the people that and it goes back to my question: how in the hell do they build them in the first place?
Silicone.
So you need the workforce who's exceedingly qualified to be able to do that sort of work.
Until you can automate it, you don't need a huge team to make new chips. You just need the moat around you to own the equipment and a couple of people. That's the difference between H-1Bs and people who actually have any level of technical skill. You can throw 10,000 H-1Bs in a factory and still not end up with anything at the end of the day.
But see, humans will have a bad day. Humans may not have slept well the night before, and they've got to come in and make this stuff that is so technically complicated to make.
Yeah, but you're talking about 0.00001% of the population, with the rest being fucking retards. Like, this is the same thing with AI. Like, there's probably 3 to 5 actual AI architects on like the whole planet.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with nuclear scientists as well. It's the same thing with computer chip manufacturers. That's why they make $10 million everywhere they go, because there's only a handful of them. We're entering into a universe where, worse than idiocracy, you just like fucking idiots everywhere. Like, they're sitting there. You got a nuclear scientist, and next to them, you got 10,000 people trying to smash Legos together the wrong way, eating them, putting them up their nose, sticking them up their ass, and everything else.
Yeah, watched a
And then
video
they
about
get
that.
mad because the nuclear scientist needs the same Legos to be able to build, or a spaceship or something. And then they kill him, and then we end up with the fucking Planet of the Apes.
There was a bird on something I was watching today, and she was talking about those Kinder Surprise eggs. You know, they're like a chocolate,
Yeah.
and then they've got a toy on the inside. And she was abusing American kids. About the fact that they actually stopped making them in America or stopped selling them in America because the kids were just shoving the whole thing in their face. And she
Yep.
goes, like this. And she threw the whole thing in her gob and then is basically choking to bits because she couldn't get the bloody thing back out again.
Good.
And it's like, are you insane?
Good.
Like,
fuck, stupid bitch.
it's just, oh dear God.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fix stupid, and I think herein is the problem, and this is why I'm not worried about AI replacing my job.
Yeah.
If anything, and again, what I had to deal with today, I am still, I'm proud of myself. I'm still batting, way over my own weight in a lot of the people I'm dealing with. Like, I'm dealing with people still way smarter than me that make way more money than me.
I was going to say, how are you not running the place yet?
Because I don't talk like them or look like them. I don't do like the finger guns and the hey and I don't go out drinking and karaoke and snort coke off hookers' tits and like I don't I don't have like a different prostitute every night that's waiting for me to get off of my last call so I can go do stuff. Like I'm not a part of that crowd. The same thing with Hollywood. Like, you're only gonna get so far, right? And I'm getting close to, and I was just starting to talk about that as I ended my podcast to myself earlier.
Because you did have a promotion just recently, but
I did, but I actually already have my next moves planned.
Oh,
that was
good.
That was still only like one move in the set of several more moves. I'm at any given time, ever since we lost everything last time, I've been planning even further ahead because I realized like planning 1 to 2 steps ahead wasn't enough. I needed to plan like 5 to 8 steps ahead, because by the time people realize what move you're making, you need to have the next like 3 moves pre-staged, and then those 3 moves need to already have your next couple of moves staged and ready to be played. So the only thing really is that I'm also trying to make a book and homestead at the same time.
Yeah, I know.
And that's rough because I have to stay 3 to 5 steps ahead planning the homestead, and everybody thinks they have their own ideas, but the reality is I can't get a home equity loan for $30,000 to fix the house like some of these people can. I mean, you want to know why home contractors
was talking about that this morning, wasn't he? So
who was?
We're roaming prepper.
Okay.
He said something about he wanted to do something in his backyard, and he said, I've got the cash to do it. He said, but I took out a loan.
Yeah.
And because it meant that I could keep the cash, get what I did done. And he said, and if I pay it off inside of 12 months, which they can, he said it's going to work out more beneficial to me. Because obviously I don't know how that kind of works, because you're still going to pay interest whether it's 12 months or 10 years. But obviously he's got it sorted out. So but it meant that he didn't have to lose all his cash, basically.
Yeah, that only and I like him. He's a smart guy. He's not wrong. The issue that I have, and I've talked to you about this before, is that that's great until the time that you need something also has kind of a level of interest and time sensitivity of itself. Like if we had waited a whole another year to get the riding lawnmower, I wouldn't have been able to mulch around
Yeah.
the trees and the which I still need to finish. There's a lot, there's a lot of things, but the point is there's like a time of opportunity. There's an opportunity cost where these people keep effing up is that there's no opportunity cost to put new wallpaper in your house. Like, what are you doing? But there is an opportunity cost to Windows.
For me, I go out and measure bathrooms and I'm walking into half these bathrooms and going, what the hell's wrong with the one you've got now?
Yeah.
And it's like, why are you spending $25,000 on a new bathroom? There's nothing bloody wrong with the bathroom you've got.
Yeah, it's not like you're fixing a shower or something.
No, it's not because it leaks or anything like that. It's just because it looks old.
Mm-hmm.
It's a vanity thing rather than anything else. It's like, why don't you go out and buy a shitload of food and or use the money that you're going to be paying off this $25,000 flaming debt. Pay your house off. Pay your debts off. Pay your credit cards off. Do that instead. Live with a crappy old bathroom.
But that doesn't give them the instant gratification, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't allow them to keep up with their friends who are all also speedballing, going into debt as fast as they can.
But all these friends are bloody happy and laughing and look at
they're all on
look
drugs.
at what we got, and then as soon as everyone else goes home, they close the door and just break down because they don't know how the freaking hell they're going to survive next week.
Yeah, but they get to feel better for a little while.
It's like
it's the same reason why people mow their lawn or I don't know, walk their dog. It's like they go do it to feel better, but it doesn't actually fix anything, right? It's the same thing, like I said, like bitching on YouTube about not getting monetized. Like it doesn't actually do anything. It's copium, right? It's the same thing with alcohol, drugs, cigarettes, like candy. It's like you want that quick hit to stop thinking about it for like a second, but then when it's back, it just hits you even harder because almost all those things cost money. Hey, old dog. All those things cost money, right? Like me sitting here talking to you guys just costs me time. I could be doing something else, but
well, you could
go like do rendering my video. But it's the thing is that like I consider this it's a part of networking. B, like, it's that 1% chance that I could actually get monetized. But I really need to be reaching outside of like the ecosphere. Like I can't keep bugging Vision and everybody for the same viewers because they're all sharing the same viewers. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means there's a finite amount of viewers and I need to be harvesting my own.
I'd imagine privately they're all struggling with the same issues.
Some of them are, some of them aren't. But because you can do the math on how many people are in their lives and how often they do their lives. The thing is that some of their lives, and Rural was talking about this because Rural's winding his streams way down to almost nothing. He used to have like 80 people and he changed his format up and his channel tanked. He had a lot of other things going on. This isn't talking shit. This is something he said in his This is something he said in his stream like last week.
Everyone's got a life outside of YouTube.
They do. And the thing is you can't sit there. You can't sit, and this is me defending him because he's right. You can't just sit there and do something that's not enriching you somehow. And as hilarious it was to watch him try to keep up with the chat until the chat crashed and skipped him to the front, and then see who all the people that he was going to skip over their comments and he didn't get to read. Watching him do that for an hour every Wednesday was just about the most hilarious thing on the entire planet. In just the worst train wreckiest way possible. It wasn't, not only is it like not really kind to him, but he's actually a very bright, nice, high performing person. And seeing him do it, but it was so funny. I mean, he was like, oh, there it is. The chat just crashed and I'm back down at the bottom. All right, that's the end of the stream, everybody. You know, like, all right, let's wrap it up. The chat just crashed and rebooted because we would hit like the buffer. Like, it was a train wreck, and we like train wrecks that are in good fun.
Yeah,
but that's not where he wanted to be, and that's totally okay because he had a lot of really good stuff to offer. But not only is the burnout crazy, but the juice isn't worth the squeeze when you got so much other shit you got to do. And if you have things that are more valuable to do, you do have to reprioritize, and that's okay. And that's what I've been doing for the last 3 days, and that's what I'm going to be doing again tomorrow. Like, if I ever ghost, well, it's either because, you know, I'm sick or something, or like I'm doing actual shit, and that's the difference.
I'll probably head out bush tonight, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I was going to sort of stay. I was sort of throwing it up because, like, the weather forecast reckons we're going to get 0 to 1 millimeters of rain, but I mean that generally means it's either going to happen or it simply isn't. So, and to be honest with you, with that little amount of rain, it doesn't matter. I'm about to sneeze.
Uh-oh. Blah. Bless you. Bless you.
Welcome to Damien's Nose.
Welcome to the snot wagon.
Yeah, I know, right? So yeah, I think I might just go out.
I mean, do what you want to do. I mean, but I think you know in the back of your head what you're actually supposed to be working on.
No. Well, I'm looking at my email list now, and nothing's come through in answer to what I was told. But I know what I need to do.
Okay.
You know, I need to cut more timber.
Yeah, me too.
You know, after your episode the other day, I need to do more pew-pews.
Yeah, me too.
That kind of got me in the mood.
Me too. Damn it.
So I'm going to do that. And what else?
We call that range therapy. That's the official term.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. What else is there? I probably need to.
Ouch.
I probably need to find some more buckets because I've run out of buckets to bury.
You know what's insane is like that is one of the things that can disappear during the Rona. Finding gamelid buckets was such a bitch.
Well, I'm not on Facebook anymore, so I can't get onto Facebook Marketplace. So that kind of throws that out because I'm pretty sure I could find more. But
my brother was getting the ones for dog and cat food because that was the only thing left with gamelids he could find, and even those during the Rona were like $40 a piece for like a doggy, for like a kitty or a doggy bucket with gamelids. Like, golly.
Oh yeah. See, I got mine for less than $1.
That's good.
They're only 10-liter buckets, and they're held like garlic and
10-liter. That's okay. That's okay though. Because if you open it, you don't have to feel bad. We have those. They're like a 3-gallon. I love that size.
And like they were food grade because they'd held garlic and you know, so they absolutely stunk of garlic. And other stuff like that. You know, olives and it was for a restaurant or something. And the lids
Hmm.
are just about damn near impossible to take off. Like,
Yeah, you got to get the special crowbar.
oh god, they're hard. So and I grabbed like 100 of them for, I think they were 50 cents each. So $50
Uh-huh. Okay.
for 100, for 100. Um, and of course I've gone through them all. I've filled them all, every one of them.
Good. Oh shit! Now I gotta sneeze.
So
Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
so it's and I could probably fill another 10 if I wanted to.
Sorry.
And
This your sneeze finally made its way around the world.
oh.
I heard most of it. You said you could fill 10 more
Yeah,
of the
I
buckets.
could honestly fill 10 more buckets.
That's good.
And I could probably do more really if I wanted to, but at this stage I don't know. I don't know.
Do you put the bug shells in them?
I put oxygen absorbers in them. I put bloody friggin'
Not bug
everything.
shells. What are they called? Fuck. Of course, it's in my book somewhere. I can't remember. Diamorphous something.
I just whack
In
about
case the
five or
bugs,
six.
in
I
case the
just whack
bugs go
about
in them.
Yeah, I put about 5 or 6 oxygen absorbers into each one,
No, I know.
and then they're
Fuck.
buried.
Yeah. Barry, I know. There's the stuff you can put in them that's food grade. That if the bugs walk in them, they get shredded and die, and then you don't have bugs eating all your food.
Well, most of it is actually canned, so
Oh, okay.
so it's not that big a deal. I mean, there are Mylar bags in there as well, but they've got, I mean, they're basically sealed.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the finger seal, but then you sort of put the hair straightener over the top as well, and you put oxygen absorbers inside them as well.
Okay.
So the chances, and then they go inside the buckets. So good luck.
Well, a lot of these already. Yeah, the problem is with a lot of these foods is they already have bugs in them when you get them.
Yeah. Yeah, look, to be honest with you, I expect that there'll be losses.
Yeah.
I'm not sort of banking on all 100 buckets being absolutely perfect. It's not going to happen.
Okay.
Simply because of minor errors that, during the canning process, even though they're all done commercially, it's like straight out of the shopping centre, straight into the bucket sort of situation. So it's not like
Mm-hmm.
I've canned them or done anything like that. But
Oh,
you've got to expect that there are going to be
yeah, it's
losses.
called diatomaceous earth or DE. And then before you
Yeah,
seal the container, you put in a teaspoon, and it's in my book. It'll be in my book. Go look it up. I don't care if you don't want to make your stuff
I
bug
will.
proof. Okay.
Well, most of this stuff is buried already, so
No, I know, but I'm
and
trying.
I'm not going to dig it all up again.
No, I know. The reason why I bring that up is because I think my mom gave us like a bag of something, and I think it should have ish been okay, but like something was already inside of it.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it got in there. That was its home, and it was along for the ride, and it decided to make a mess. And that's
Well, see,
also why if you freeze everything first, and I think
yeah,
that's another thing we started doing is cleaning out a part of the freezer and freezing everything for what 3 to 5 days, I think.
depends on how full your freezer is in the first place.
Yeah, we cleaned out a spot just for it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, so I mean, look, to be
3 days
honest with you,
up to a week. Yeah.
it's kind of one of those things. I mean, if I had a homestead and I had a shipping container that I could climate control, I'd fill it. If I could do that, I would fill it right now. And I'm talking a 40-foot shipping container. I would do it. I wouldn't
Have a
even think twice about it.
Yeah. What time do you want to
Um,
go to Bush today? Did you like? Is it
Oh,
another hour, or do you want to head out now?
no, it's only about 3 hours. Oh, it's only 3 o'clock. So yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay.
Um,
So
so
so my question is like, because we're getting our gravel tomorrow,
yeah,
which means shipping container is happening. It's just a matter of when.
well, you can't just throw the gravel on the ground anyway.
Why not? What's wrong
You
with throwing gravel on the ground?
got to
Do I have
compact
to
it.
cast a spell first? Compact?
No,
Jump
yeah,
up and down on it? Ride a bicycle on it? Hit it with a
uh,
hammer?
run the mower up and down a few times.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that. Um,
Just
okay.
put
Yeah,
a
I
bit of,
can run the
just put
mower
a bit of
down.
weight in the trailer or something like that.
Oh, well,
You
I can
could,
just put more gravel in the trailer.
well, yeah, you could do that, and then what you could do is drag something behind it so you level it all out.
Okay. Yeah, I can find a person
Yeah, that's
or
probably.
two.
I don't think your wife's going to be too overly too
No, I mean,
overly happy.
I'll go put them back when I'm done.
Yeah, they just might not be in the same state.
I have gravel stuck in them. I
Got any
assure
errant,
you, whoever I
you
do
got,
that
you
to,
got any errant logs sitting around by any chance?
I used like the one log that's log shaped. I don't have a roly poly log.
How much steel have you got left over from the carport you pulled down?
No, my friend took it all.
Oh, bugger.
I know I'm a dummy. I didn't even keep like one sheet. I kept like a
Really?
half of a sheet from
Really?
because I don't know. Because here's the thing. Okay. In my defense,
Scrap?
and I
Scrap?
know. Shut up. In my defense, I didn't have a carport because the carport was in pieces, and I hadn't had the new carport yet.
You
And
know
I
that.
kind of wanted the carport pieces out of the way, and I was walking on them, which was already making me OCD mad at myself because I thought I was going to have to recycle it all. I was going to keep the steel. See this.
You know that. You
If
know
we
that
had
land that you've been wondering what to do with.
the one,
The land on the side of your house that you've been wondering what to do with.
yeah, where this shit. Yeah, what about it? Oh, that's where I should have put the.
Yeah.
It's
Just saying.
that shit weighs a fucking ton. I
Hmm.
wasn't gonna move it to the whole other side of the damn yard.
That's where a carton of beer comes in handy.
Yeah, I don't. My,
You get someone to give you a hand for a carton of beer
you
and a
know,
bar afterwards.
you'd think that I would have. You'd think, but here's the thing: like, I don't like to ask people for help unless shit
No,
is
but
like really, 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 really like pear shaped.
well,
And my help that
that's
I asked was asking him to come get it.
that's the cool thing about a carton of beer and a barbecue afterwards. You
Yeah, I
you
don't.
don't feel as guilty asking someone around.
My friends don't. My friends aren't like that. My friends are like, you will pay me, or you will make this worth my time somehow.
Yeah, carton of
And
beer and a barbecue.
that's not. No, I'm not. I'm being serious.
Yeah,
Those are bullshit. Those are bullshit things. That's great when everybody's like super close, and maybe 20 years ago
oh,
when money
so
didn't fucking matter, but
they want actual money.
that's what I said. I said they
Yeah,
either want to get paid or they want it to be worth their time somehow, because fuel costs a fortune, and everybody more or less is either prepping or working every single second.
yeah.
So they're literally wasting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars helping my stupid ass with things that are extremely easy and capable for them.
Yeah, but you're
But
86. You
I
shouldn't be
know
running
I'm gonna
shouldn't be
break my
running
hip.
around as it is.
But like my point is with all that is having somebody pick up the carport was already like enough of a blessing because
Yeah,
it it was huge.
yeah,
And yes, the carport is worth a ton, but it needed a lot. It needed new um, cuffs, right? And I didn't have a way. Like, yes, I have a welder, and yes, I could have taught myself to weld, and yes, I could have technically somehow got enough of the right steel together to
Oh
weld new
no,
cuffs. And it's just
you
like,
you know
fuck.
you know well and truly whether it's worthwhile getting rid of the bloody thing or keeping it. So and at the end of the day, you made the decision,
Well,
and it's
but here's the thing. Like,
probably the right thing.
I would have liked, in hindsight, I would have liked to have kept the roofing because the
Yeah,
roofing would have been great
sheeting
for
sheeting
the wood
always comes in.
pile.
Sheeting always comes in handy for something.
It does, and it's here's the stupid thing about it. This is what's frustrating about it. Recycling is worth dog shit.
Yeah,
Buying it new and cutting it to size is worth a fortune. Here, that is like the recycling. It may have only been worth, I don't know, 50 or $100 or something. Getting it cut to proper size and slapping it back on would have been worth $1,000.
yeah, easily.
And
Yeah,
I'm a dumbass, and I was walking over it because I thought I was gonna just get it all recycled. Thank goodness I hadn't chopped it all down, because I needed it. This doesn't make sense to you maybe, but like, it helps me like declutter my brain and work on the next thing if I get rid of the last thing.
yeah, yeah,
And since the carport wasn't ready, I didn't have a carport to put it under.
yeah,
And I already had the aluminum beams on top, already crushing the roofing anyway, just to keep the roofing from turning into like a missile. Like,
yeah.
and moving it to the other side of the yard where
Especially
the
with it,
wind
especially with
is.
the wind is basically, yeah, the wind is
Yeah.
shocking up there.
Yeah.
I've
The
heard
wind
it.
on the other side of the property is even worse. And
Right.
so it's, and anyway, we're way off a tangent. The point is I was lucky that my friend had the space and the trailer because I could get it off my property, and that cleansed my brain of its responsibility.
So you
Um,
don't have any steel to drag behind the mower to
yep,
level the gravel off.
yep.
You don't have a timber post. Is
No,
there
I've got lots
anything?
of square shaped timbers, or I've got like lots of 2x6s. I could drag
Yeah,
like a 2x6 or something.
just trying to think of, because I mean, obviously, it's not going to be you're not just talking about a footpath. You're talking about something that you can
No,
drive
but
on.
we're gonna do lots of footpaths too.
Yeah,
Like, that's why I like this idea, because the whole point of it is going to be having footpaths everywhere, and
yeah.
so riding the mower on it all is actually like great, because I was like, my bicycle, but I'm like, my bicycle is just going to make it worse.
No, no, no.
Yeah,
I'm sort of thinking, okay, sure you can shovel it all out. You're gonna. By the way, how's your back?
it's okay. It's better now,
Yeah,
thankfully, just in time.
yeah. I was going to say, not once the gravel arrives and you start having to shovel it all out, you're going to be knackered.
I am that's true. But that's okay. I'll have enough gravel to bury myself. um
Can you hire some machinery for the day, or
I probably. I mean, I don't.
like
I don't know where everybody gets it all from, but
like a
I mean,
dingo
there's.
digger or something? Just something that's fairly easy to use.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why we have the mower and the dump trailer behind the mower.
Yeah, I'm thinking, what they're gonna do is they're gonna come in with a dump truck and
Yeah,
go, where do you want it? um, and then they're just going to dump it, and then you've got to transport it from wherever they dump it to wherever it's needed to be,
you know
right?
what? You know what?
Like
And maybe this is where you're. Maybe
shoveling
this
into
is.
the back of the mower, and then transporting it over, and then dropping it off, and then shoveling it out. So
Yeah, but
it's
you
a
know
lot.
what?
Yep.
What the easiest thing to do is to just make the trail to where I want it to be. Uh, That would be the easiest thing, because we were talking about like which trail do we start first, because we want to gravel around the garden in the back, but we want to gravel around the house, and we want to gravel around uh,
That's a lot
a
of
path
gravel.
around the property. Oh, I know, but it's worth it, because now someone in the chat a couple days ago said, like, aren't you worried? Whoops, aren't you worried about hitting the gravel with your lawnmower and starting a fire or ruining your blades? And it's like, well, I'm gonna switch blades so they're not like the sucking impeller blades, and maybe it'll be okay. But that's a
Because yeah,
valid
the
point.
problem with gravel is obviously you're going to get the weeds and everything else that's going to come up through it as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of weed barrier, which, yes, it'll eventually fail, but if you use enough gravel, nothing will grow there either.
Mm,
I don't know. Like, we want a walking path, and we're tired of breaking our. Well, I talk about it literally on every stream,
yeah,
like
green focus sticks.
the green. But yeah, and I put more in tonight, because the thing is, like, the mice also make trails, and the mice pee on all their trails.
Yeah,
And I think it just turns their trails into concrete. And so, because there are these curvy mouse trails and the voles, and they all, I don't know. It's just we want a walking path to where we just never have to walk in that anymore. And
yeah,
it's the same thing with even our own garden, even though it's in a suboptimal spot. We still really like it, and pouring gravel around it's going to make it really safe.
yeah,
And we're actually going to get multiple dumpings, and so
yeah.
if we get one under the carport, and then if we just have the other one dumped exactly where the carport's going to be, not the carport, the
Well,
shipping container.
I think a single dump truck carries about 15 ton. So depends on how much you've actually ordered.
Yeah, let me double check on the tonnage.
'Cause they'll do it by ton.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean,
I'm
I don't
looking.
need to know. I don't need to know how much you're getting, but
No, I better. No, I'm 15. We're getting 15.
yeah. So that's one truck.
Yep. And so we're probably going to end up with 30, depending on how much 15 gets us. I think we're going to do 30, because
15 won't get you very far.
yeah, 15, 15, maybe that'll get us around the house, and maybe that'll get our walkway started, and then another 15 for the shipping container pad, and then just see how we're doing from there. And the extra we're just going to use for more paths, I think.
Yeah, I think you're going to be. I mean, I know you've said it's not a very big house, but yeah, I'd imagine it's probably 3-bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 laundry, kitchen, family meals sort of setup. But
It's just
I
one
don't
of
know.
those old mobile homes.
Yeah, so 15 ton. I mean, the easiest way to do it is to basically go, okay, so, I mean, I'm just going to work it out. Well, it's 30 meters plus 30 meters plus. We'll go 18. So 18 meters times 0.2 times 0.9. That's 8.64 cubic meters. So that gives you 200 mil thick, 900 mil wide. So, basically a foot deep by 3 foot wide, and then roughly about 48 meters is around about 8.64 cubic meters.
Okay. My trigonometry was almost there, and then you broke me at the last part. So, is that like around the house one time? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So 48 meters. So that's what 15 meters down the long sides, and 9 meters on the short sides,
Mhm.
right? I mean, I don't know how big your house is. I've never seen it.
No, it's just a
You know,
standard
it's
mobile home.
just a sort of fairly basic, and that kind of allows a little bit extra anyway. And then roughly 200 millimeters deep, so not quite the depth of a ruler. So what are we looking at? So say about 8 to 9 inches deep by the time you compact it. That'll be all right. And then about 3 foot wide. So 3 foot is about 900 mil, I think,
Mm-hmm.
vaguely, which is
Okay.
enough to be able to walk around and be relatively comfortable. And that's giving you about 8.64 cubic meters. So it's just 48 times 0.2 times 0.9.
Okay.
So 8.64 cubic meters to tons. Cubic meter to ton.
Meow.
And yes, you can do that, apparently.
Meow.
So cubic meters, so 8.64. Oh, that's weird. So 8.64 cubic meters to tons is 8.64 apparently.
Ooh, weird math magic.
That's based on water.
Oh, okay.
Because water
Fluid
weighs,
ounces.
water weighs, water weighs what it weighs. So water weighs basically 1 kilo.
Okay.
One liter of water weighs 1
Bingo.
kilo. So let's do
Ow, my back.
non-metals, and we'll go concrete.
Okay.
So concrete, if I ordered 8.64 cubic meters of concrete, that's 20.74 tons. Concrete's very similar to gravel.
Yeah.
That's about as close as you're going to get. So, yeah, to put it around your house, based on about 48 metres, you're looking at about just under 21 tonne.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And that's basically 3 foot wide, which
Mm-hmm.
is the perfect sort of path. And that'll be around about 8, I'm guessing. Hang on a sec. Let's do this another way. Yeah, it's roughly about 8 inches deep.
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that'll be. It's like, well, that's kind of why we're ordering two, because I think what'll happen is, I mean, we're ordering two, we're ordering one, but we know that we'll have to order a second one. It's just a matter of like,
Well, the question is, do you need to go all the way around the house?
well, no, we don't. But some of around the house is going to be like also garden. I also don't know, because of the way the mice and stuff have been getting under. It's going to be interesting how we kind of block and tackle under there.
Can you put okay? So
Timber
can you
to like put timber or something there, then gravel around the timber? I don't know.
can you get the chicken mesh?
Yeah, we've got a lot of it, but we would have to be able to like support it from the.
Yeah. So can you screw it into the actual side of the house and then bend it underneath where the gravel's going to sit on top?
Yeah.
Would that work?
Yeah, but we would almost need like hardware cloth instead of.
Oh, like shade cloth material.
Yeah, because I think chicken, like the mice can get through chicken wire like no problem.
Yeah, well,
Which
they'll
is why
get.
it helps to
They'll,
have chickens on the other side of the chicken wire for the mice
I
to
know,
get
right?
through. We fixed the
Um,
problem. The,
yeah,
the
because
chickens.
they actually like the taste of expandable foam as well. So I'm just letting you know.
Oh, I know. I know.
So there's no point in putting expandable foam in there to stop
No,
them.
it's like steel wool is
Yeah,
like,
you got to do steel wool,
yeah,
because otherwise they'll just bloody eat it. Yeah, they're going to chew through the shade cloth as well.
eventually, yeah. Even if we put like 2x6s down and like put gravel up against like 2x6s, like eventually they're going to get
Use
through
it as
that.
like a retaining wall.
Yeah, we'd need to put um
Because that's the other thing I would do.
cinder
I'd
blocks.
almost form, to be honest with you, I'd almost form work it out. You know,
Yeah,
if you're
we
going to put
thought about
gravel in,
that.
yeah, if you're going to put gravel in, what I would do is dig like a path around the areas that you want to go around in, and then basically form work it, and then that way you just throw your gravel into the hole up to the level that you want.
Yeah, yeah, we were thinking about that because we can use the dirt for other things anyway. Goodness knows, like I could
Yeah,
use all the dirt in the world.
yeah.
Um, and so, but kind of the question is though, as I was thinking about this as you were talking about it, like putting cinder blocks against the
Well, that'd be the other way to do it. Yeah,
put cinder blocks around it, then just fill the cinder blocks with the gravel. And like
especially
we
if you've
fixed
got
the
enough of them,
problem.
especially if you've got enough of them running around.
Yeah. Um. Oh yeah. I mean, it's just insane, and it's impossible to keep them out of the garage too. The only question is like, then the house won't breathe under the house anymore because I don't this scaffolding doesn't have, or I don't know, this the skirting doesn't have vents. So it's always, like 20 degrees cooler down there, which is really cool, but at the same time it's like it also doesn't breathe down there.
Yeah, you do need around about. I mean, look. I mean, in Australia, they put vent bricks,
Yeah,
right?
yep,
They're holes,
exactly.
they're specially
The
designed with holes in them,
the
or brick.
grates. Yeah.
Yeah. And so normally down the side of a house, you'd put two or three, and then across the front, maybe another five or six on both sort of long sides, and two or three on the sides, on each
Yeah.
side. And that's probably all you need. So, but it depends on how high above the ground the house sits.
Hmm.
So, because really, mice tend to be I mean, shit, if they're going to get under the house, I mean, if the house is sitting above the ground, they're going to get under there no matter what you do.
Yeah.
So, just basically putting some chicken wire, which they're going to get through anyway. All you're really trying to stop is the bigger animals from getting under there.
Yeah, the rats. Rats.
I'm just trying to think of some other way to do it. Um,
I mean, honestly, the
if you
the
keep
real
some of
thing
that
to do is just
and cut
have
it
a.
down.
I mean, the proper thing to do is to put the fucking thing on an actual foundation. Um,
Yeah, but that's expensive. So,
it is
I
expensive
mean, and then where do you live in the meantime? I mean, no, um,
in the house still.
not while you're putting it on a foundation. No.
They just lift it up a few inches. I don't know what the problem is. It put up the airbag thingies.
Yeah, anyone who's doing that is doing it cheap, and you're going
Oh,
to
okay.
have issues later on.
It's like you're in a
If you're
giant
gonna,
waterbed.
if
No.
you're going to put it, no, because what'll end up happening is the damn thing will move all over the place. I mean, seriously,
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
it'll be. I'm sorry, but no.
But if the Cascadia happens, I won't even notice.
It'll feel like it'll annoy you. Let's put it this way: it'll annoy the hell out of your wife because it'll never feel level.
That's pretty funny.
And I'm sorry, but females know levels. Like if they walk into a room, they'll go, "This room's not level," and you'll walk in there and go, "Yeah, it's not that bad. What's the
What if I
problem?"
jump around? Will
You
that fix it?
know? So yeah, if you're going to do a foundation, you got to do it with beams, and then you float a slab on top. So I mean, you got to do it the right way.
No, fine.
If you're going to spend that amount of money, you've got to do it the right way in the first place.
I mean, honestly,
So,
probably what we would do is have the foundation built in another spot and then move the house.
yeah, exactly.
But if for some reason we did make $1 Brazilian, I would like to have the house
Now,
on a slightly higher elevation.
if
And
you were
then,
doing it for $1 billion difference, and if you had $1 billion, right, your wife would want a better house.
well, yeah, and so that, I mean, that's the whole thing with like the 2
Kind
acres
of,
is that
kind of moot.
the house can just as easily go on the second acreage, right? The second acre, and then.
Look, you've spent
yeah.
enough time there now that you know what the weather's doing. You know which way you'd face it. You know where you'd put it. It's kind of difficult when you just move straight into a house and then you've got to figure it all out afterwards. But I mean, you've been there long enough to know where you would do it now. Like where it is now, is that the perfect place? Probably not. Is it orientated the correct way? Probably not. Would you do it differently? Probably.
I think it is. I think it actually is orientated the right way, because having a mobile home east to west is really what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we don't have all the windows. All the windows are on the long sides.
Yeah. That way you can just go to the other side of the house if you don't like that side of the house. You're like, oh, cool. This side of the house is way better right now because the sun. And it's true. Like, whoever set this up originally was smart. The bedroom is on, I guess, what I would call the morning side, right? And the master bedroom is on the morning side, and all the little bastard bedrooms are on the evening side. So, also known as the office space, where I just throw the blackout curtains on and don't even notice. So,
it's like this office. This office is. I mean, this is technically a 3-bedroom house, but
yeah,
I mean, I would hardly call the room that I'm sitting in currently a bedroom.
Yeah, well, it's like, you could fit a crib, right? Or like, what do kids sleep on? They don't sleep on a twin, do they? What do they call the
single beds or bunk beds?
Singles? Yeah, singles or bunks. It's like, but even then, it's like there's still no room for the friggin' Xbox or what a little bastard's going to do all day. Until there's just VR and everyone's sleeping in friggin' coffins doing their VR.
Honestly, by the time they get to the point of the Xbox, mate, you're in a bigger house anyway, because that's just the way houses and families do things. They start in a shitbox and they have babies, and they go, yeah, this will be fine in an apartment, in a 2-bedroom apartment. And then once the kid gets to about 5 or 6, the parents are looking at each other going, we need a bigger house.
Well, they need it. Well, they're looking at each other going, we need a yard.
By the second, by about 4 or 5 years, they're looking at the second kid. So,
so
little
dirty bastards.
Oh, look, it's just the way it is. And all of a sudden, the apartment living that, the young
little
couple
biohazards,
fantastic to start with, is no longer suitable. So they move out and they build a house in suburbs.
Not for long.
Yeah, I know. And then, of course, if you're 86 years old and all the rest of it, who wants to be around people?
Fuck me. It's getting worse by the day.
Well, yeah, because you were saying the other day that, my concern was that, if you're out there bloody gardening and you got the hose going and you're talking in your headphones or whatever.
I do cover that in this episode, by the way.
Oh,
because somebody
Yeah,
Spoiler alert, there's a
it's a
part
treat.
later in the episode where I hear some dogs down the road going fucking berserk. And I'm like, that never happens. They don't do
Yeah,
that for anything. And I'm like,
yeah,
that can only be someone walking down the road with a dog.
yeah.
And so I walk out to the road and I look to the next hill over, and silhouetted, I see somebody standing there with their dog looking back at me like a mile away. Like it's a fucking spaghetti western, and I'm not moving, and
That's
they're
pretty
not moving.
creepy.
And I'm like, okay, like, are you coming or are you going? Because, you've woken up every dog in half a mile. Like, are you coming down here or not? And so they start walking down. So I go and set up in a back spot. And then I turn around for a minute and then I lose them. And I think when I turn around, I think they went the other way again. They doubled back because when I waited for the amount of time that I estimated, they didn't show up. And so I'm like, well, they couldn't have worked their way around me. And so yeah, they were already halfway back down the road again. So I'm like, oh, I guess that was a clear enough signal to like maybe they shouldn't come any further down the road.
I'm thinking that just sounds very creepy the way you're saying it.
It was creepy. And that's the thing. Like, that's the thing between like bullshit prepper LARPer retards and like what it's actually like out here. Like, that's what it's actually like out here. Like, you're not from down this road, and clearly you're not a jogger girl. So like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
And there's people near here that hike up this road, and it's like they hike up and down the road enough to where it's like, okay, those people must be from down the road. But then every once in a while it's like, no, who the fuck are you? Like, and if they're already standoffish and iffy and not walking down the road like they own the place, then this is probably not the road for them.
yeah.
Like, either walk down the road like you own the place or go find a different road.
Well, you did say
Because
that
I
you
don't
carry.
need you like timidly walking around like a Fritz.
Well, you carry all the time, so
Oh,
that's
oh yeah.
okay. But I mean, what about because I think you said last night, yeah, but you're more worried about the one that's sitting up on the hill a
Snipers.
mile away. Yeah,
Well, because I talk about that tonight too, and that's just like,
sorry, I'm talking about half your episode. I
no,
don't,
no,
I
it's
don't know,
fine.
I don't know that there's anyone in chat anyway, is there?
No, there's not. Fuck those people anyway.
Yeah,
Sorry, L Dog and Hope and Danny. My episodes aren't that interesting. Like, I
oh,
know, but I'm still
I thought,
trying.
I thought this would be interesting. So
I mean, if it's interesting to you, that's literally all I
yeah, it
give a
is
shit about.
absolutely. Yeah.
So snipers.
Well, it gets you thinking.
Snipers are a big deal because hunters consider themselves snipers, but they only shoot like 5 rounds a year. But everybody, all this blum and bluster about don't come into the rural neighborhoods because hunters, blah blah blah, put food on the table, la di da. Hitting a deer is
Most of them are only
complete.
about most of them are only about 50 or 60 meters away when they take the
Yeah,
shot.
yeah,
They're
they're
not
not a half a
shooting
mile
from
away,
600
400
meters.
yards.
Yeah, they're not that far away because most of it
Yeah,
is tree and wooded. So good luck
exactly.
standing 400 yards away from a deer in a wooded zone.
And the deer stands sideways, and they're trying to hit above and to the right of the shoulder blade a little bit, so they can try to miss the shoulder blade and hit the heart. Like, a deer is a massive target compared to
A
hitting
human
a
being.
person.
Yeah.
And you could, like, well, I can see your head through the scope. It's like, that's good. How many times does the wind change between me and you if you think you're going to hit
Yeah,
me in the head?
exactly. Yeah.
And if you hit me literally anywhere else, the chance of me surviving is pretty high. I mean, yeah, a 308 is going to like fuck me up. But it's, unless you get a headshot, even if you do hit me, you're never going to see me again because the grass is just too high.
Well, the other
And if
thing
they
is,
miss with a headshot, I'm just gonna scurry away like a little spider.
you could practice all day, right? And
Yeah.
miss the majority of the shots when you first start, and then only start hitting them in the last few shots of the day,
Yeah.
right? Now, you go back the next day and you're going to miss everything,
Yeah, you
right?
have to be able
It's
to
the
do it every
same,
day,
it's
every
the same
time, hundreds
range,
of times.
the same course. The weather
Yeah.
looks the same, but the humidity is slightly changed,
Yeah.
and that will
Or,
throw a round out.
or the ammo. Like you can have like 3 MOA, but one in every 5 rounds is still, outside, a fist for like no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Like you could sneeze, there could be a butterfly fart in the wind. Like I could trip on a mole hole. Like I'm never just stand. I mean, you could say, yeah, you're standing around watering, but I'm, well,
You are moving. I mean,
I'm moving and
no
I'm
one,
bobbing
no one
around and
stands,
I'm
no
talking
one
to you
stands
guys and
still
I'm looking.
when you're walking, when you're watering. No
Yeah.
one stands still. You know, you're
No.
forever changing it from one hand to the other, or
Yeah,
you
and I'm
move
shifting my
slightly,
weight
or
back and forth.
yeah,
And
it's
there could be a cow walking in the way, a horse could walk in the way.
yeah.
Like,
There's 1,000 variations. No one stands dead still when they're
yeah, so
watering.
I
I'm
don't,
sorry, it's not going to happen.
it's not going to happen. And so I actually, to be honest, even though it is the bigger concern, it does not actually concern me. Like someone somehow sneaking up behind me and slitting my throat is, even though that's the from a meth head perspective, it's very likely. But from somebody actually trying to take me out, like the way the gangbangers train, I don't know
You've
if you've ever
also
seen
got
their videos, but
you've also got a certain amount of intuition about things not right.
yeah. Well, that's exactly it. Like unless someone's driving an e-bike, and even then, like e-bikes make a certain sound on the road.
You hear them,
The
yeah,
tires sound a funny like whoa. But yeah, the dogs, like they have to drive by so many dogs. They have to, even if they're gonna walk, like do you know how many like layers of barbed
yeah,
wire they would have to walk through to just be able to sneak their. Oh, it's not impossible. It's just improbable
yeah.
because we're out in the middle of nowhere. Like meth heads, most probable. Gangs and cartels, next most probable. And if it's a gang or a cartel, unfortunately, because of the laws here, I don't have like a PDW right now. And even though those federally are back on the menu, state-wise, they're not quite back on the menu yet. And I have been really strongly considering, like, as soon as the laws come back around, carrying a PDW and like a very large mag, because that way, if it's like the cartels, it's just like the cartels pull up and I'd have 3 or 4, like with an RMR, I'd have like 3 or 4 of them down before they even get out of the fucking car.
Yeah.
PDW, like, which is like a kind of like a carbine, but like even smaller than a carbine, but like still pistol caliber. Like you can
Right.
fuck
Okay.
people up so bad
Yeah.
with one of those. They're super controllable. You can put a silencer on them. The new silencer laws are coming through. Like you can get like a CZ Scorpion
Yeah.
with
Somebody
like
was
a
saying that those silencer rules are only going to be like, if you get a silencer, you're only going to be able to attach them to one. Like they've got to be affiliated with.
that was probably me. I was talking about that. But
Yeah.
I don't know if they're if they're doing away with that or not, or where you can just accumulate as many silencers as you want. But I had been thinking a long time, like just getting a threaded CZ Scorpion and then just carrying that around the lot. And if people don't like it, I don't know what exactly they're going to do about it. If I'm being honest, like you can not like it all you want, you can not like it from over there.
I know
And that's
they're changing the rules
yeah.
in New South Wales again, and
Oh,
that is
really?
getting a whole lot of people pissed off. something fiercely.
Oh man.
Especially gun clubs. Like Olympians. Apparently, even the Olympians are jumping up and down. So yeah, I know the other states have said they're not really overly fussed about it and they're saying it quite openly now. They're saying, look, this we know who own these things, and you're punishing the ones that are actually trying to do the right thing. Like they're saying that on television. So who are these laws for again?
Man, fuck if I know. I mean, it's the people that they don't like
I
that
mean,
are
we've been
opposition.
saying that for ages, but it's
Yeah.
interesting to hear politicians now saying it.
I mean, the thing is, we have that same dichotomy here. Like, deep down, they want the gangs to have guns. They want the illegals to have guns. They want the illegals to be the police department because they need that chaos, right? These laws are in place to um, disarm everybody else. That being said, they know that neither side is going to disarm, and so they're kind of like the laws just exist. The same thing with all the ghost gun shenaniganery. Like those laws just exist so they can tack them on people they don't like. So if they find a car like they just did the other day, how they found a car just stacked to the roof with like meth or something. A lot of those gun laws are like, oh, we pulled over a car with a bunch of fentanyl and they had 3 ghost guns. Like they can the charges accumulate very, very, very conveniently for them, which I don't hate. The only problem is that people who smoke pot for whatever reason get hit with that same drug charge, and that's just stupid.
So they've
It's
made it.
just not the same.
It is completely illegal in Australia to even look up the plans for a 3D printed pew pew.
Oh well,
So
I definitely won't send
e-
them to you.
you can't even look it up. No, because even if
That's
you
great.
receive that sort of information, you can go straight to jail. Simple as
I'm
that.
sure. I'm sure you can here now too. The question is whether or not they're going to grow a pair and come do something about it.
It wouldn't surprise me if it happened in Australia. They'd be there the next day.
Yeah, and that's really a shame because, if you get tired of your neighbors barking dogs, I mean, you just connect to her Wi-Fi and download something, and then sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, not sorry. I don't know if your guys' ATF is the same as ours, but they love shooting dogs.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
like their favorite thing to do. So sorry, Muffy and
Yeah, the
Tuffy.
Victorian police at one stage were like, shoot first, ask questions afterwards.
Yeah,
That was that was a serious problem. That was becoming
yeah.
insane at one stage. It's like, oh yeah, we went around and arrested him, but we had to shoot him. It's like, why didn't you shoot him in his leg or in his arm? Why do you
Hmm.
have to shoot for the heart all the time?
Okay.
Um,
Are you
oh
being
no,
serious
no,
or are you joking? Do you actually want me to answer that?
yeah, I know. Yeah, no. I mean,
Oh,
this was
okay.
happening in the news like every night. Um, it was getting ridiculous, but they did have gangland wars at the time, so I kind of understand why they did it because you didn't know what these guys were going to pull out. Even if you shot them in the leg or shot them in the arm, so you're still in just as much danger. And I understand the reasoning why they did it, but that it was, yeah, I don't know. The police in South Australia are so much better, but we just don't get that sort of thing. I mean, there has been a cop. There's been a few cops lately that have ended up in bloody hospital. There's been
Mm-hmm.
ambulance workers
Yikes.
who've ended up in hospital. And it is getting more dangerous. But they look like, I think even Nate said, I mean, 20 years ago they used to walk around in a lovely blue shirt, with buttons up the front, and they might have had a 38 in
Yep.
their in their waist, but that was about all they
With
had.
five rounds.
38 with a two-way radio,
Yeah.
and they had a cap, and that was about it. These
Yeah,
days they
when you're in a
go out.
high trust society, that's okay.
Yeah, these days they go out looking like tactical.
Tactical Tim. Tactical
Yeah,
Tim.
they've got bulletproof vests, they've got knife-proof vests.
Yeah.
They've got their mace, they've got their bloody
Taser.
taser, they've got their 9 mil,
Their
they've got
baton. Their baton.
their baton. I mean they're ready to go. Oh look, I believe that's all the English people carry around is a baton.
That is, and they don't even know how to use it. There's a guy that fucked two of them up the other day, just throwing pieces of concrete at them.
Look, honestly, the British cops need to get their pew-pews back again. Seriously,
I know. Too bad they would shoot the wrong people, though.
Oh, I know, and then
They would fill
the problem is the amount of bloody paperwork they've got to fill out afterwards is just insane. So I think half of them would rather go for the taser than the actual pew because
I don't even know if
there's less paperwork.
Where's Jim to answer the tough questions? I don't know if they carry tasers in merry old England.
I don't know whether they do or not. And what's with these taser gloves these days?
Oh,
what do you think of them?
It's just a joke. No, it's not a dumb idea. It's a troll. They're not. It's not actually a thing. So there's just for gullible people to fixate on. It's this whole narrative. It's a whole narrative of, oh, they're just trying to torture brownoids, and it's like, that's the narrative that you want to go with. Like that's what you think this is.
With you with a knife, are you just going to stick your hand out and hope?
They're not. It's not a real thing. It's not real.
I mean, well, it can't.
Nobody with common sense actually thinks that's really something. That the news runs with those things because it triggers an emotional response from the left saying that they're going to go taser glove the brownoids, and then all the left people go, oh no, they're tasering the brownoids. Oh, the poor Pedro's going to get taser glove tortured. And it was like, oh, you guys just stop. This has been a thing. I'm almost Twitter's being really retarded, but maybe I can ask Twitter just a couple more.
I'll jump off in a minute anyway. So
yeah, I know, but I got to know Twitter. How many times has the taser glove thing come up in the last few years? Supposedly, ICE taser torturing illegals with gloves. Fucking, this is so stupid. This is at least the second or third time I've heard this over. It's something that just keeps coming up over. Although Grok's being extra snotty tonight, but it's thinking. While it's doing that, you know why they don't actually shoot people's arms and legs, right?
Well, because they could still shoot you. It doesn't actually.
They can still get your like femoral artery. They could still get your carotid artery. Like,
yeah, I know, but it doesn't actually stop them from. Doesn't actually stop the attacker from attacking you.
You couldn't hit somebody's hands or legs even if you wanted to. Like, even when they aim center mass, Donut Operator, which I don't really like his channel anymore, but he covers that. There would be like 6 cops mag dumping someone at like 5 yards, and they'll, out of 60 rounds, they'll still only hit the person like 5 times, and they're all aiming like dead. Like, it's hitting someone's arms and legs is actually almost impossible. And if you
miss so often,
because their adrenaline is 2 things. Their adrenaline's pumping. They don't practice enough. Tactical Muffin Top was talking about this earlier too. Cops don't actually practice that much. The majority of cops, probably only to qualify, I think they only shoot a couple mags a year. So their entire training regiment is just fire until mag empty and then stand there and look at each other. It's not like you don't fire. So here's the thing. When you're in a deadly situation, you don't actually even know how many shots you fire. Coleon Noir has talked about this before because he's had experts on his channel. So if you ever are in a self-defense shooting, you never actually talk to the cops at all. You ask to talk to your lawyer. You don't talk to the cops at all because you're not going to remember anything. You're just going to be completely fried from having a life or death encounter. And so one of the first things that they always get wrong, and the cops do too, they have no idea how many rounds they actually fired because they just pull the trigger until the threat stops. And they hope that the threat stops by the time they run out of a mag. But 9mm ammo is actually really small. And people go to the hospital, survive 9mm all the time. You can get shot 50 times with 9mm and live. You can get shot once with a 223, 5.56 and get comparatively vaporized because they're traveling 3 times faster, and it's the speed that gets you. Unless you hit some.
Also, the actual type of round it is.
Yeah, but even the round, like they can mushroom out, and there's all kinds of like different shot core things. But like pistol ammo is going so small, or it's going so slow. I'm sorry, it's going 3 times slower than a rifle round. They just don't do that much. Rifle rounds are insane comparative to pistol rounds, which are just anemic shit fests. Like most people wouldn't carry a pistol if they had the choice. They would all just carry a rifle because rifles are amazing, or even, some kind of PDW or carbine, something that at least gets the round going a little faster and is a little more accurate. But pistols are insanely inaccurate unless you train with them thousands of rounds with the same pistol every year, never switching ammo and never switching pistols with a good optic. You're just not going to hit people. It's the same problem I had with that deer. It's insanely difficult to do, even when you're not under pressure and not thinking about it. So if someone's methed out and wielding a knife, you don't remember anything. You pulled pistol out and pulled trigger until click, click, click. And even on the videos, you'll hear bang, 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 click, 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 because their brain can't even register. Yeah. And their brain doesn't register. And then it's like their brain catches up. They're like, oh, good, we're still alive. Let's check and see what just happened. Because your brain goes into survival mode trying to save you. And it's like, okay, good, bad thing stopped. Let's return to our normally scheduled other part of brain. And the other part of the brain is like, oh my God, what did you just do? Prepping with Sarge has talked about this before. He can explain it way better than me, but that's what happens. It hands you back over this dumpster fire. It's like, hey, I fixed the problem. And you're like, oh, thanks.
I suppose that's the difference between a bolt action and a semi-automatic as well. So,
I mean, except you miss once with the bolt action and then you're just dead.
Yeah. Mind you, you can cycle through a bolt action pretty quick. So,
no, you really can't. That is another. I talked about that tonight too, but I didn't go into it very much.
I've gone through a 10-round clip in about, very, very quickly.
Not under any kind of pressure or stress, where all of a sudden your brain completely forgets how to move your hands.
Yeah.
All that like bolt action jerk off stuff that you see on TV where they're just like, they got it so smooth and said, that is a fantasy. That's why in the army in World War I, they never killed anybody because the person was running, everybody shot one time, everybody missed, and by the time they cycled the next round, the person dove into the next one. They're like, oh, darn it. Well, we'll just wait for him to pop up again.
Why they had bayonets fixed to the end of them still.
Yeah, so you could sword fight it, have a gentlemanly sword fight. The whole concept of bolt actions is so you can have higher pressures potentially, like higher pressure cartridges. Same thing with like revolvers. But bolt action's fucking garbage for follow up. Your face is not keeping a 0 through a
No.
scope on a bolt action. And this man with my roommate, he would always go, look how fast, and he would do like the motion in his hand, and he's like, it's that fast. I'm like, I'm just like, I can't even have a discussion.
I do agree. Your accuracy after the first shot is shot, basically.
Yeah, if you're in a
You know,
self-defense
if
situation
you've
with a
got
bolt
10
action, your
minutes
hip,
to go through, if you go
you're
through 10
firing by the hip.
rounds, you
You're
might
firing
get
by
the first one on range, but everything after that just goes to shit.
Yeah, you're going to be hip firing somebody is what you're going to be doing. Like a hip firing a shotgun, except you're going to be doing it with a bolt action. That's the only chance you. That's the only chance you have. If you're getting rushed, and guess who practices with that? Nobody.
Well, maybe I should start.
I mean, it depends. Like if that's all you got, that's all you got. It's the same thing with shotguns. Like, are you really going to be shouldering a shotgun? Like,
well, I mean, we're really only allowed to have bolt action here. So
yeah, but isn't a pump action shotgun? Do they consider a pump action different than a bolt? Okay.
Yeah, no,
it's
you're
the
allowed
same thing.
But they're restricted by the amount of rounds you can put in them.
What is it? 3 rounds? Two plus 1?
2.
But you have one in the chamber, right? So that's 3.
Yeah, that's 3. So yeah.
And you can't have mini shells there. We have mini shells here. They're pretty funny.
You probably got different size shells. I don't know. I never really got into shotguns for some reason.
Oh. But you can have a 410 pistol with 6 rounds, which is shotgun ammo, but in a pistol.
We don't have pistol. Well, we do have pistols here. Yes.
But it's a revolver. A 410's a revolver.
Yeah, no. You can get automatics. I mean, you can get 9mm, you can get 22s, you can get 38s, all those sort of things. Yes, you can get them, but you're not allowed to bring them home. They've got to stay at the gun club. You've got to have a special license for them, and the rules are just
even revolvers.
Unbelievable. Yes.
Okay. Just checking.
Because I mean, look, the Olympics still do pistol shooting. So, and I do know guys that have got them, but they're not allowed to have them at home. Okay. So, it's, the rules are just very, very different.
Okay.
With that sort of thing. I mean, we're certainly not allowed to, I mean, geez, they've even restricted getting knives from like a grocery store now.
Mm-hmm.
If you look like you're under 18, basically you're not allowed to buy a kitchen knife for your new rental property.
Yeah, but they have 410 revolver shotguns.
If they do, I've never seen one.
Okay.
And in Western Australia, it's even worse. Like, I mean, this blew my mind. It was like any weapon that is considered to look tactical by the general public is now banned.
Oh, yeah, this does have tactical in the name, to be fair.
Yeah, but I mean, if somebody was, this is all, I'd never do this.
No, me either, whatever it is.
What's the word?
In Minecraft?
These are only stories that we're telling.
Yes, only stories.
Basically, if somebody was to walk into, say, a shop with a 22 long rifle without a scope, just a open-sighted 22 long rifle, and somebody considered it tactical, they could ban it.
Yeah, like if it had a collapsing stock, I imagine, like the Ruger 1022s.
Even if it was stainless steel.
Well, so is it wood? So is wood furniture okay, or is wood furniture not okay?
Apparently,
okay.
They could ban it. Yeah.
They've definitely tried to do that here too.
Like you think of the worst blue-haired person you've ever met.
Oh yes, they
and
have all the
and
blue.
ask them what tactical means.
Hmm.
That's where we are.
I mean, our blue-haired people maybe would be like, well, and a trigger that shoots 300 rounds a second and a ghost gun. I mean, they do say some like really funny things in a laser pointer, and we're like, oh, really, a laser pointer? All right, and one of those grippy things on the front that makes it
I've,
shoot full
I've, got a
auto.
la-
Like,
I've got
okay.
a laser tape measure, so there's a
Oh
cat.
shit! Oh shit! Better watch out. The cats will get you.
Oh, every house I ever walk into, they go, "Oh, is that one of those laser tape measures?" Yeah, this is like 30 years old.
Yeah, they are nice though.
I've had one for friggin' ages, but yeah,
Someone did tell me I need to get one
everyone's still
recently.
blown away every time they see it. It's like,
They're cool.
oh, look, it is. I mean, they're especially when you like the reason I got it was because I started out with a normal tape measure. Like I walk into somebody's house that I'd never met him before, right?
Hmm.
And I've
Hmm.
got to measure up their house. And it would take 2 hours to measure up a house with just a tape measure.
I have a stupid
Like,
question though, because like tape measures are nice if there's nothing in the way to stop the laser, right?
yeah.
Okay.
So, but then
Except
I,
when
then I, then one day I went around to this house, right?
Mhm.
And I walked in there and I couldn't actually physically measure the room. There was more furniture, more shit up against
Oh,
every that you couldn't actually get to a wall-to-wall situation.
oh no! There's too much crap.
There was too much crap in there. Yeah,
There's too
yeah.
much
And
crap.
so,
That's our
so I'm
official, in case
I'm
you're
just
wondering.
thoroughly guessing where the walls are. Um, and I said to the people, I said, look, I don't know how we're going to do this. And they're looking at and they're following me around and going, how are you going to do this? And I
Yeah,
said, I don't know. Um,
call the
and
termites.
they said, you should get one of those new sonic tape measures.
Ooh.
And I thought, oh, okay, fair enough. So I left there and went straight to Bunnings and said,
Mhm.
have you guys got sonic tape measures? And they said, yeah, sure, we do.
Huh.
And so what you do, they look like a laser tape measure, except what they do is they send out a bolt of sound and it reflects off a wall, comes back and gives you a
Yeah.
dimension,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. 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 Yep.
Um, the problem with those is that if there's even the slightest possibility that there's something in the road, it will bounce off of that.
Hmm.
So
Huh.
that lasted all of about 2 months before I
Okay.
finally thought, no, if you're going to do this, you've got to do it right. Um,
Mhm.
and so I ended up spending like $200 on a laser tape measure because that's what they were worth back then.
Holy
They're a lot
cow.
cheap. They're a lot cheaper now. Um, and the funny thing was, the first time I ever used it, I walked into this house, rather upmarket area of Adelaide,
Hmm.
um, and you couldn't tell what colour the carpet was.
Oh, gross.
Um, and the worst part was you could see USB cords coming out from underneath all the shit that was on the floor. So you didn't know whether there was like a
Like a tablet.
300, like a tablet or a phone or something sitting under there. And I couldn't walk into the room and I wasn't going to walk into the room just in case I stood on it. Um,
Crunch.
so the only thing I could do was grab the laser tape measure, put it above the door, and zap one way, and then on the opposite side zap the other way. And I thought, no, that's going to have to be good enough.
Wow. That's where you get do your geometry.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
gosh. But if you had a
it's
drone, look, if you could put the laser rangefinder on the drone, I think you can do it. I think you can do it.
oh look, there's probably technology has gone a long way,
Mhm.
but I will not walk onto a job site without a tape measure and a laser measure. I won't.
Yeah, I don't.
Um, because you just can't. Like these days with a laser measure, I can get through a house in probably about 3/4 of an hour,
Okay.
and that's done. That's the whole backyard measured, the house measured, the eaves, the doors, the windows, etc., etc. You can do it all in 3/4 of an hour. I mean, I show people what I've actually drawn afterwards, and they're looking at it and going, "Yeah, good luck getting anything out of that." It's like, yeah, it looks like a mess, but I know how to draw it out of this, so that's all I care about.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
So, you still need a tape measure. Tape measure will never not be useful, but
Sure.
because you can still use that to measure the doors, the wall thicknesses, the windows, and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, to measure out a room, it's just bang bang, and
Okay.
you've
Does
got
it
the
like
length of
save it all, or do you got to write it down on
I know I
something?
got to write it down. So I walk around with a clipboard and
Okay.
like a $1 clipboard. You just open it up and then there's a paper holder on one side and a plastic sort of sleeve on the other. You can buy them dime a dozen just about anywhere, but they bloody work. So yeah, it's fine. And then I just carry the digital camera around and start at the front door, start outside the front door, photo, walk inside, photo, and
Heck
you
yeah.
walk it like you photograph it like you're walking around the house. And so
Okay.
if you do 3 or 4 houses in a day, you forget which room is which room. But if you've got the floor plan and you take the photos the same way each time, you can actually figure out which room, which photo was taken in because of the lineup of the photos from the front door all the way through to the back part of the house.
I mean, that's awesome. That's super fast. And that's good. So you said you're going out bush soon, or you said you're about
Yeah, I might.
to go
Yeah,
out bush?
was there anything else you wanted to rabbit
There
on
was
about, or?
before you completely fucking derailed me like an hour ago.
Yep, go for it.
Um, so pretend we're having this conversation like an hour ago, back when we were talking about the gravel.
Yes.
So actually probably closer to 2 hours ago now. You had brought up insulating the shipping container, and this is something that you've brought up several times, and every time I've wanted to just bombard you with questions. So in my brain, how you're supposed to insulate is you put 2x6s and then you foam the fuck out of it, and then but you've got to have vents still. So I guess I don't know. There's a lot of things I still don't understand about if you wanted to like properly insulate, or you can shave it all off and put some la di da in it. Like how much insulated? Like if it is in the middle of like just the baking balls hot sun with no cover on all four sides, like how much insulation do you need? Question mark.
Depends on what type of shipping container you're getting,
Mm-hmm.
because some of them are insulated already.
Okay.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I suppose there's two different types of heat. The first one is direct from a source, and the second one
Yeah.
is radiant.
Okay.
Um, so
And if it's just out in the middle of the field, it's just going to get nuked.
it's
I
just
mean,
going to
that's
get
like,
hot. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do, it's going to get hot.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that is, and the problem is that once, I mean, it's a bit like a house. Like if you insulate the house from the inside, it's too late. The heat's already in. So
Yep.
what are you actually trying to do? What are you doing to stop it from getting in? Well, you've already allowed it in.
Yeah.
All you're really doing is stopping it from going from point A to point B, which might only be 2 inches. But
Yeah.
once it's in, all it's going to do is build up and build up and build up, and it needs somewhere to go. So it's going to find an air gap and eventually fill the space anyway, unless you've got a shitload of ventilation to allow it out again.
Yep.
So, if it's going to be standing in the middle of a paddock in the sort of summer that you guys have just had, and I'd
Yeah.
imagine that summer is only going to get worse as the years go
Yeah.
on.
Yep.
You've really got to cover it with something. You've got to stop the heat from getting in there in the first place.
Yeah. And that looks like another carport, basically. Building a carport around it.
Yeah, because whatever temporary structure you put up there, you're only going to be spending money per year because sure, it'll work in the summer, but every winter you're getting those huge winds coming through and it's just going to destroy it.
Yeah, it'll launch it into orbit. You'll see it flying by as it comes all the way back to me again.
Unless what you do is build a whole bunch of shade trees around it.
Yeah, and believe me, I am 100% down for that. Cherry trees or something. It's something that is
It also depends on what you're going to put inside.
well. That's
Like,
that's what exactly. I'm thinking like the prepper food should not be going in there because it's just
no,
not going to be possible to insulate at all enough.
what you'd be better off doing is actually utilizing the space under the house.
Oh, I know. That's another thing that I talked about briefly on my podcast tonight. Like, I know it's super cool down there. I would just have to put everything in friggin' steel boxes so the mice couldn't get it.
Well, if you did like you've got 3 bedrooms, obviously, one of which is your office, one of which is your master bedroom. What's
Mm-hmm.
the other bedroom being used for?
It's a guest bedroom.
Yeah. So is there a way? I mean, you've probably got a double bed or something like that. It's all made up, but no one ever fucking walks in the room.
True. The cat Ringo sleeps on it. If I'm being honest.
Yeah. So if you could actually put a hole in the floor underneath the bed that you
Yeah.
could actually access the underside of the floor space.
These stupid houses have this big kind of balloony, baggy insulation that is a real challenge to get through to the point to where nobody even wants to deal with it.
Right.
And it kind of it's kind of suspended, and then you just hope that the mice don't jump up into it, claw up into it, start living into it. The whole thing's a clusterfuck.
Because, I mean, that'd be the ideal place to do it, because obviously no one really goes into the room when there's no
Yeah.
guests. It's not really a room that you're using except for a spare bed.
Yeah.
And you're probably not using the area underneath the bed either, unless it's most people won't put a couple of what is it? There are different types of beds, but some beds you can put stuff under, some beds you can't.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's if you could get access to underneath it, especially if you're not actually using that space, then that'd be the ideal place to store your extra food. Because even if somebody broke in, right, and said, "Give me all your food," okay, no worries, take what's in the pantry. That's where we store our food. Okay, and then they ransack the rest of the house. Then they're not going to bloody lift up a bed.
No,
I
yeah,
mean,
for sure.
they might peek under it, but that's about all they're going to do. See whether there's anything there. But they're not going to see what's underneath the house.
For sure. Yeah.
Um,
Nobody's going to go down there not without a hazmat suit.
yeah. But as for storing it in the actual shipping container, if you can't get the shipping container to a point where you can get some sort of cover over the top of it, but
Yeah.
I would look at what insulation they've already got, because most of them are made of like a really heavy duty steel sort of sheeting, and it's normally, I mean, I call it trim deck, the profile. And then what they do is they jam like a foam panel in between that and the inside lining.
Mm-hmm.
So it is insulated to a certain extent already. There are refrigerated units that you can get, um, so refrigerated shipping containers, but obviously that will cost more in terms of running the power for the actual refrigeration unit. There are, what are the other shipping containers? I know there's a few different types that they actually do sell. Some of them have better insulation than others. But if all you're going to use it for is a shed, it doesn't matter, right? It's no different to a Colorbond shed or a Zincalume shed sitting out in the backyard. They've got four posts and sheeting and maybe a couple of purlins holding it together, and that's fine. But if you're going to use it as an office, well, then it becomes a different story again, because you'd almost be tempted to put a window in it. Actually cut the wall and put a window in it.
Oh yeah,
because you're going to need the natural light and you're going to want the ventilation. And then if you're going to do that, then you might as well throw one of those stupid bloody old box air conditioners that go through a wall. Because you're going to get freaking hot, and you're going to get. I mean, it's a bit like Adam in his bloody shed. Like everyone's been saying for about the last 3 years. Get a fucking air conditioner.
Yeah. As I've said, I don't talk to. We're not.
No. I know, but it doesn't matter. But I mean,
I agree with you for what it's
worth. Aren't that expensive these days? I mean, they.
I know.
If you're going to spend 2 or 3 hours in there per day, it is worth it. So.
Yeah, you're
but
right.
like I say, it comes down to what you're actually going to use this shipping container for. That's the biggest thing. And that's only something, that's something only you and your wife can talk about. So I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it's a lot because it's easy enough to not put the food in there, right? But then it's like, okay, do you want to put other things in there? Like, there's just going to be some things I think that the garage is just going to be way better for.
Yeah.
And there's going to be things that are way better for the carport. Like, I was sitting under the carport tonight, and I'm like, man, I love sitting under the carport. And I can't wait till this fall, where like when I first moved in, like going under the carport during the rain squalls was just like so much fun. It was so cool to sit under there, wait for the rain squall, then run back out to go do more work as soon as the rain was over. And it's the same thing with the shipping container. It's going to be fun to go out there and record videos with the camera and not have to worry about it capturing anything that I really.
Well, that's probably the other thing. Don't expect your internet signal to be awesome on the inside, because it won't be. Even your phone signal,
the GoPro doesn't need it. The GoPro doesn't need internet.
No, it doesn't. No.
Or not. It's not a GoPro, but it's easier to just call it a GoPro. But
yeah,
that's what I record with.
They're bloody. I tell you what, caravans and shipping containers both as bad as each other. They're great.
Yeah, for sure.
But trying to get a signal out of them is like bashing your head against a brick wall.
Yeah. There's a whole. Yeah, it's interesting. Like there's security camera considerations. There's like potentially, setting up a second router. With like that. Oh, I was talking to you about like router stuff.
Yeah.
Setting up a second router. Do we want the internet people to come out and run like a second line, like for fiber? Like there's all, I don't know. It's kind of like, do we put a ton into that, or do we just bank on eventually building a second house as soon as like maybe another year of improving this house, and then just maybe saving up for a second house after that?
I gotta be honest with you, no, it's not worth it. I mean,
you mean yes? You mean you agree with me, and that is.
Oh, look.
Do you agree? I can't tell if you're agreeing or disagreeing.
No, look, I mean, it's a second house right now. I wouldn't even consider.
Oh, okay.
I would put your efforts into basically the homestead and everything you want to. You know, like even the four-wheel drive. I mean, think about it, right? If thinking about it under worst case scenario,
Mm-hmm.
if the whole SHTF thing happened in say 12 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
How often are you going to leave the property anyway?
0 until the fucking drivers stop delivering shit. Then it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking SHTF. So there ain't going to be no drivers.
Yeah, I mean 0 unless we're going to go
So, so
LARPing
where's
into
the
the city.
so where's the truck going to be?
Driving the other direction, probably into the forest to go get wood. I'm assuming to bring wood back,
Yeah, which is a
right?
security concern unto itself.
Yeah, but I mean the fuel thing is going to become a problem there. I mean, hence kind of like the riding lawnmower that can run on solar.
Yeah.
Um,
See, I suppose that's the way you've almost got to look at priorities at this stage.
yeah, no, I agree. This is how I started the conversation. It's
Yeah,
not your needs now. It's not your means now. It's your means in the future, and that's what we
yeah,
didn't. People bank on everything being okay. People bank on there being a recovery, but there is no recovery this time. They just bought a bunch of their own treasury shit back again, and for some wonky donk reason, crypto went through the roof. Like nobody understands the market anymore.
yeah.
The
I mean,
smartest people I know don't understand the market anymore, and they haven't for a long time. And that's
no,
because the people in charge don't know what they're doing. So there's no
I,
causation.
I think it's got to be about. To be honest with you, I mean, lately it's been like even if I got the money to build a homestead, I think it's too late. I mean, okay, it's never too late, but I think it's too late. Um, you know, because the amount of shit you've got to learn,
Mm-hmm.
and the amount of time needed to get food stocks up to scratch, and the
Mm-hmm.
amount of time to put it all together is not measured in days; it's measured in years.
Yeah. So you think like if I could get a manufactured home for like $60,000, then I just shouldn't do it.
I would make sure the house you're in now is actually up to scratch. I would spend
Yeah.
less money on the house that you've got now. And number one, it's less debt for a start.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't be getting any more debt at the moment at all. I'd be trying to pay everything off as much as you can, which is what you've been doing anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, the shipping container is a good idea
Yeah, we
because
need.
it's
Yeah,
more
we.
secure than a standard shed, right?
Yeah, and our shed is
Um,
disintegrating.
yeah, so clearly it needs to be done
Yeah,
because
the
it's going to
stuff
be
in the shed's worth more than the shed right now, and that's really bad.
well, it's also an improvement to what you've got, you know,
Mhm.
and it's a long-term thing. So the other issue with shipping containers is opening and closing them all the bloody time. It's not like walking through a standard door in a shed. Um,
Oh, I know.
you know,
It's like opening a vault door.
yeah, it is. So, you know, and you've got to open that in the pissing down rain, you know, and all the you think of the worst case scenarios that you've got to go up to this thing and actually open it, and that's
Well,
where
hence the gravel. Yeah.
yeah, and also location.
Oh, we have. Yeah, I have walked now that we have like the lawnmower. I've been able to walk the property like a million times. Well, usually while I talk and you guys listen,
Yeah,
and like I have it. I do. I have it mapped out. It's going to be kind of like having a courtyard in the backyard,
yeah.
basically.
And also think about it from a security standpoint, because a shipping container, I'd be fascinated. It's not a car. I'd be fascinated to see whether rounds can go through it.
Oh, they absolutely can. Unfortunately, um, there's a great There was
The
a spinoff. There was a
canopy
spinoff
used
from
as
Doomsday.
security for the house. Do you know what I mean?
Uh, if if I had a ton of them, um, that would get me on a list. But yeah, um, there's people that there's people around here that definitely have more than one. Um, but they even even 22 will punch through the broadsides, but the corners can I think stop
Yeah,
9 mil, but that's
yeah. No,
those are
the
really small.
corners are where all the
And the
weight
door,
distribution is.
I think the
So
door can stop 22 because the doors are a bit heavier.
we've also got to think about locks and things like that for them.
Oh, that's actually super easy.
Yeah. So, think about it strategically as well.
Oh, I have.
Where does the traffic come from? I mean, all these things, right? So,
Yeah,
you
that's why I
know,
want to put the water tanks on the other side of the shipping container because I don't know if you remember when I first. Oh no, you weren't listening to my channel back then. But one of the problems in SHTF is like if people really want to be sandy buttholes, they can just pull up and 22 plink your water tanks or 22
yeah,
plink
agree.
your well, and then you're
Yeah,
hosed. And that's why like I want the water tanks behind the shipping container, and that's why like if I'm not going to go build a house on the other acre, literally building an underground bunker, and that's where like the sand well goes, hopefully, and then
yeah.
I eventually want this is all. Well, you've basically listened to my whole episode now.
I'm
Um,
sorry.
building an underground thing. I just honestly, when the wind gets bad and stuff, and if I can't sleep, like I really want like an underground bunker to go sleep in.
Well, you could
Because
almost use the shipping container as a wind diverter as well.
I thought about that. We need like 20 footer. I mean, blah, blah, blah. We would need like
I would
the
go
40.
40-footer,
No, I
but
know. That's what I was
just
trying to say.
20 footers seem big enough right up until they're not, which
No,
is
I know.
normally 5 minutes after you first get them.
No, I'm very very aware. I know because the lawnmower is going to take up a quarter of it immediately.
Yeah.
Um, I'll be and hanging things in there is going to be kind of a different can of worms. But if I brace it, which again, circling back around, that was part of the point of me initially wanting to keep the scaffolding of the carport was to be able to build a bunch of steel racks and things. But again, time, effort, energy, resources just didn't. It was too
Well,
much.
that'd be the other way to do it in terms of insulating is to basically put because most of the sun is coming from the western side, obviously, because that's where the sun
Yeah.
sets.
Yep.
If the long side is sort of faced away from the western side, but even if you have to put it down the western side, you could almost put like a triangular sort of canopy down one side. You know,
Well, I want a
which
solar panel.
which
Is what I want.
increases. Well, that would stop the heat as well,
Yeah.
because the whole idea is to basically stop the heat before it gets to the container.
Yeah, and I imagine throwing solar on shipping containers is not as much of a moral dilemma as putting it on the roof, which a lot of people have decided they don't like.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Nobody's told me why. I suspect it's just the damage from the roof, avoiding the roof warranty, all kinds of things. A lot of people now, if they're doing roofs or they're actually like lifted up like arrays so your roof doesn't leak and so you don't destroy your roof. Because once you put those solar panels on there, you can't fix your roof. I think, again, I've never had anyone explain it to me, but that's always how my mind is kind of a.
Nah, because they're pretty much. I mean, just about everyone in Australia puts their bloody panels on the roof of their house. So no, I can't see that as being the whole reason they don't.
I don't know. I'm not.
It can't
Uh,
even be a couldn't even be a weight thing.
well, no, it definitely is a weight thing for manufactured homes. Manufactured homes roofs can't hold that much weight.
Yeah, I know the gutters are bloody useless. The fascias are useless.
Oh, yeah, they just disintegrate. It sucks. It sucks
Yeah,
actually. That's one of the many things that have to be fixed here.
can't even put a hanging basket on the bloody things. Um,
No, they're actually like falling off on their own weight, and there's not even anything that plugs them up. That's just from the normal water.
is that on your house now, or
Yeah, yeah.
your? Yeah, that's something I would fix.
Oh, I
Um,
know. Yeah,
because once water, that was the first thing I did when I got here, was replace all the gutters and fascias and downpipes. And only because the water was going wherever the hell it wanted to,
yeah,
and the house was moving. The house had major issues. But as soon as we replaced all the gutters and fascias and downpipes, not a problem since, like at all.
yeah.
And the house stopped moving.
Oh,
Um,
interesting.
so Well, I mean, water by its very nature will always go to the lowest point. So,
Hmm.
and unfortunately, that was right next to where the kitchen was, and so they had to
Oh
jack
man.
the back, they had to jack the kitchen floor up nearly 3 inches before I moved in.
Oh, okay.
Um, After which I actually changed all the floor coverings, etc., etc. But the house hasn't done a thing since.
Okay.
Hasn't moved at all
Yeah, we got to
because the
do the
water.
porch. We got to redo the porch, the deck, all the drainage, um, and all the gutters, and all of the stuff that's
Well,
supporting
so
the
you're
gutters. It's all melted.
So going through it, your food, you're happy with where your garden is at in
Yeah,
terms
it's
of
it's
food
okay.
and
It's
stuff?
okay enough. Short of completely redoing all the fencing in the yard and then having it in very inconvenient and hard to defend from deer places, it's like good enough. Yeah.
Yeah. So while your food is good and it's going to need, I mean, look, there's always going to be consistent maintenance no matter what you do. So, you could have it perfect and in 2 weeks' time you'll have to go out and fix something. So, it's just welcome to farming 101. So the next thing is to keep the wife happy. And that's basically means doing up the house. You've got the container, so that'll basically, sort the shed out, which is another major issue associated with keeping the food good.
Mhm.
Because at the end of the day, it's about food, right? At the moment, you've got shelter, you've got something which will do, right? It's not perfect, but it works, and you've
Mhm.
been in there for 3 or 4 years. So, so what you've been concentrating on is basically the garden. So you've always been concentrating on the food. So the shed will basically look after everything that looks after the food, right? The container.
Mhm.
So now that once the container's in and that's working, and the gravel's in and that's working, then I would put the effort into making sure the house is good.
Yeah, yep, that's next
Yeah,
year's plan.
yeah.
Um yeah, the thing is like we need the container, to store
And as
the lawnmower, but we also need it to clean out the garage. So we have the garage as a workspace.
and as for the truck, I think they're lovely. Um,
Yeah.
but it's not something you clearly need straight away. It would
Yeah,
be
we've
nice.
survived without it for this long, but it's not easy. We're definitely second class citizens here without one.
Yeah, but it's not about keeping up with the Joneses. This is about making sure that you're going to be ready for SHTF. That's the bottom
Yeah,
line.
but the truck doubles. The pickup, the 4x4 would double as me having a much more functional get home vehicle if I happened to be out at the time,
Yeah, but
and much more durable and much more wreck resistant.
I reckon you guys, well, probably us first, definitely. We'll
Hmm.
get to fuel rationing before you guys will.
Okay, yeah,
and
fair enough.
I don't think that's going to be far away.
Oh yeah, I know. The Strait of Hormuz is going to screw up, and the fuel's going to just go through the roof again, and
Yeah, it's
all that
and
shenanigans.
that's been on tether hooks for I don't know how long.
Hmm.
So at the end of the day, as soon as they go on fuel rationing, you know, pretty much we are screwed in terms of diesel.
Oh yeah.
Um, and I don't think you guys will be. You guys will probably be around about 3 to 6 months after us,
Hmm.
because you still have a certain supply coming out of Texas. You've still got a certain amount coming out of Canada, etc., etc.
Alaska, yeah.
Yeah. So um, either way, even if you got a truck, it wouldn't be going anywhere because you wouldn't be able to fill it up with anything.
Fill it up with anger and contempt.
And
But
a
I
debt
mean,
that and 20 or 30,000 that's sitting in the driveway doing sweet fuck all when and
I
that's
know.
and that's when the regret will come on and you'll go, we could have spent 20 or 30 grand on this instead.
I think the thing
And
is, like, I don't
and
disagree with
that's
any of that. I think the
and
problem
that's
is
that's
like,
where the thought process goes. So
I know. I don't think so in our case because I think part of it, besides the fact it's not keeping up with the Joneses, it's the fact that the Joneses can move around their shit much easier because they have trucks. It is literally keeping up with the Joneses moving shit around, so I don't have to rely on other. Like you said, the whole beer and a barbecue thing. It's like more like a hope and a prayer and $40 every time I need somebody to move something around.
yeah,
Um, and hope they're available. And then again, back to that whole scheduling thing that we talked about at the first part of the conversation that completely fucks up, my flow state and my wife's flow state too. And so, um, it's not just that. It's although that is a big part of it. The other big part is like I cannot understate enough how fucking deadly the freeways are getting here, and how much of bullies people are with like trapping you in the left lane. Um, it's a very it hasn't happened to me lately, knock on wood, but it's a very common thing for people to force you into the left lane and then box you in, and then both of them just like increasingly going faster and faster and faster. In fact, my brother said it happened to him the other day. To where all of a sudden you're going 90 because someone behind you and someone to the right of you just keep going faster and faster and won't let you go over. And um, honestly, my fight or flight, even talking about it, makes me want
yeah,
to
I know. Jesus.
send people to the nether realm. And I have almost sent people to the nether realm
It's
several
almost the
times.
it's almost the point of you just feel like slamming on your brakes at a certain. I
No,
mean,
I don't want to slam
I
my
mean,
brakes. I'm gonna send the
well, I'd be on the
school
bloody
truck.
UHF screaming my bloody lungs out.
Yeah,
What the
we don't.
fuck are you doing?
Nobody cares
Help!
about that here.
Yeah,
No, slamming on your brakes is not the right move. The person's gonna just come up from under you, and then the way your tires are like, it doesn't get you where you want to go. You want to scoot the person to the right of you over and hope you don't hit in a way that's going to cause you to cartwheel
yeah,
5 million times.
yeah.
Um,
Well, at
if
90
you're in a
miles,
pickup,
I'm sorry, but 90 mile an hour, you're gonna friggin' even the slightest little dent, you've got to be an expert driver to get out of that.
yeah, which is why you don't want them to tap your behind. But
Yeah,
if you're in a pickup truck, you've got
it's
more.
even worse because your center of gravity is actually a lot higher.
It's worse if you hit them. If you don't hit them, it's not worse because you have a bigger. You're bigger, and
Well, then I
bigger
wouldn't, I wouldn't,
typically means people move.
I wouldn't be looking at a Hilux size vehicle. I'd be going bigger.
Well, yeah, I know, but I don't disagree. It's just that, well, we can't actually get a Hilux here, but if we could, I would just.
Oh, I can tell you right now, they used to call them whoopee wagons.
There,
Dad
yeah,
actually, Dad
we
actually
used to
worked
have.
up at, Dad actually used to work up at Moomba. Um, And I mean, okay, this was quite a few years ago, but the older versions of the Hiluxes um, had horrible center of gravity issues. Like, and they called them whoopee wagons, and only because every time you went around a corner, it was like whoopee, because the thing would get up onto two wheels. Um, especially if you were moving. They had the tendency of rolling a lot, especially
Yeah.
especially at speed through a corner. Um,
Yeah, but these aren't corners. These are like
yeah,
long stretches of nothing.
they're on a freeway, so yeah, it's a completely different
Yeah.
story. But um, you
No,
know,
I don't. It's not going to be. I think the truck I'm looking at is bigger than a Hilux. Let me look really quick.
probably a Tacoma or something.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Like this is why actually it says that Hiluxes are bigger. But here's the thing. Like I don't need something unless Copilot's just being a potato tonight.
Finally, optical.
I
Sorry,
don't need
bud.
it to be bigger than holy shit, it's about fucking time. Um it doesn't need to be bigger than all the other pickup trucks. It needs to be bigger than Hondas and the other
Yeah.
SUVs
Well,
because
that's not bloody hard.
it's not hard. Whereas like SUVs are roughly the same size, but like if you're in a Tacoma, it's just like, okay, I'm moving over now. And
Yeah.
yeah, I might still roll 500 times, but like the chances are they're going to move because they don't want that smoke.
Yeah.
And they can't look into my car and they can't see my expressions and they can't see what I'm doing. And there's a lot there's a lot of advantages. Like I get what you're saying, but like the size, the weight, the tires, I can adjust my center of gravity just by having stuff in the back if I want. Like
Yeah.
I can have things in my truck that they can't see that I can just vaporize them off the internet with, and they
With
won't
what
even
you
know it.
carry.
Yeah.
Well, you do carry as well, so you know.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
so,
as much as you don't want to aggravate a situation, but sometimes you need to show them what you're carrying.
no, you don't do that. That's
Yeah, I know.
a lot of people used to do that and everyone thought
Yeah,
it was super cute and funny, but like things have escalated so far beyond that now. And the thing is, it's if I'm trying my point to all of this is if I'm trying to get home for the last time, I would rather be trying to get home from the last time in a pickup
yeah,
because not that I think I'm going to try to get through the median or anything and go into oncoming traffic, but I could in a pickup. If I have to drive, yeah, really late. If you have to, you didn't fill out your fucking timesheet. If you have to go on the side of the road, like SUV tires are like good. They're like okay tires for driving on the side of the road, but there's a lot of shit over there.
yeah.
Which I've
You
had to
need,
do several times to save our lives from semis that are deciding to intrude. But like in a pickup, like the tires are just significantly thicker.
yeah, they're probably all terrains.
Yeah, they're just not the same. Like SUV tires are a little bit thicker than car tires, but not by much. Or pickup tires are like significantly. Like how many times, knock on wood, like do you
Just give
see
me
a
five,
pickup
five,
truck on the side of the road with a flat tire? Like
just give me 5 minutes or 5 seconds. I just got to go. I've got to find a toilet.
it's got to find the little boys' room. Okay,
Yes,
fine,
I do. Hang on a sec.
that's okay. We'll listen to a song. I don't know if these. Next. I didn't say fucking country music, you cock. Um. Yuck! Fucking come on. It is not at all making the music that I want it to make tonight. Oh no! What the fuck? Why is it country music? Ugh, fucking irritating.
That's better.
Welcome back.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the relief comes setting in.
How do you drive 500 quids both ways out to the bush when you can't? It's being.
Oh, that's only bloody 50 k's. Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Well, not. It's yeah. No, that's fine. I was actually working out the trip that I'm going to be doing in a couple of weeks, a few weeks. I think the biggest gap
This is
between
out the window.
Hey?
I'll teach you to not follow my car so close. Your windshield wipers work.
Oh, we've had cow shit land on the windscreen, following a truck.
Oh, the couch.
So, because they piss and shit out the back of the trucks when they're being transported. So
They don't like
it
it.
all ends up right behind the truck, and guess who's following?
Yeah.
So yeah, the biggest part of the trip is about 3.5 hours, 3 to 3.5 hours, and I should be able to make it that long. So.
Oh, okay.
So the
with the
first
$60 cheeseburger store.
Yeah, well, the first day will be 3.5 hours, then 1.5 hours, 3 hours, 1 hour, 3 hours, and probably another 2 hours. So
What the fuck?
so about
Where are you
4
driving? Like to Canada?
No, just up to northern New South Wales.
This is what, a 17-hour drive both ways?
It's 1,700 kilometers just to get to the first destination.
Oh, I pulled that number out of my ass, but kilometer hours,
so
kilometer hours.
hang on a
I don't know
second.
what hours are in Australian.
Hang on a
I know you guys have the half-hour thing. I don't know how that fucks up your. How many time changes is it between those two? Two. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous.
So yeah, it's 1,060 miles.
Ugh. But you can do that on like one tank of petrol.
No.
Oh.
No, not quite. No, I'll that'll be about a day and a half.
Okay.
So I'll do about 1,200 kilometers the first day, and then
Crikey.
the rest the next day.
Wow. Are you gonna listen to anybody's poorly narrated books on the way to keep you company?
No internet.
I know, but you can like pre-record them and put them on a something, and then you can listen to your favorite.
I must admit, I tend to put the music on, and that way I can sing, and it just keeps the concentration levels up. So.
All right. Well, if you did decide to, there's a 10% off code in the description box. I don't know. I just made that up.
I know. I was going to say where. No. No. All my money's going towards the trip at the moment.
I was joking. There's not even
cameras and other shit. So.
Nobody wants to listen to my stuff anyway. It's okay.
No, it's all good. So yeah, that'll be
massive fanny for 10% off. Fuck yes.
I'll leave at about 2:00 in the morning.
Oh,
and
okay.
Should be able to get to the first overnight stay by around about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, and then you can listen to my podcasts.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
If I don't have something to eat and then collapse in a bed.
You could just go to all the internet equipment and then just set it all to my channel for watch hours.
Well, I could do that.
It's too bad that it wouldn't go like, are you still there after about, it used to do that to me. Are you still there after like 10 minutes? I'm like, it hasn't been that long.
it shouldn't be too bad the first stretch home to Balranald. But Balranald to Hay, I doubt whether I'm going to get internet, and that'll be 1.5 hours in the car driving with no towns in between.
Gay.
And then Hay to West Wyalong is about 3 hours, and I think I go through one town.
Man.
So,
What if you just drive through the town and like it's just been like wiped out by fucking pirates or something? You're like, well, that sucks.
When I say town, I'm being exceedingly generous.
Yeah, town just means gas station.
Yeah, pretty much.
Petrol station.
There might be a house. I don't even know whether there's actually a gas station in this town that I'm going to be passing through.
Wow.
And then West Wyalong to Forbes, which is an hour, and then Forbes till Gilgandra is about 3 hours, and then Gilgandra to Narrabri, I think, is either an hour or 2 hours. I haven't actually written that bit down.
So, sounds super ridiculous, but I'm sure you're going to have fun.
Oh, look, I love it. I bloody adore it. I just sit the car on cruise control and make sure the snacks are there, make sure the AC's working, and make sure the tunes are playing, and just relax.
It's too bad. You know, you could listen to a lot of my poorly narrated books in that amount of time. If you had them downloaded.
I haven't downloaded them, no.
I know, but you have YouTube Premium. I'm pretty sure you can actually just download all of them.
I got to be honest with you, I only got YouTube Premium because I didn't want ads.
I know, but I'm pretty sure if you go to my playlist of my books, I'm pretty sure there will be a download button there, and I'm pretty sure you can just download all of them straight through the app. I think you've just never tried it before.
I haven't, no.
I mean, you might want to try. I don't know.
Okay, I'll give it a go.
And if I instantly get about 50 more watch hours, I'll tell you, because that's probably what'll happen.
What'll happen?
Oh. Yeah, because you get instant watch hours for everything downloaded.
Holy shit! I didn't know that.
I know. I've been trying to tell you that for a while, but you that's okay.
Oh yeah, my head takes a little while to catch up.
I've noticed I have to repeat. It's not just you. It's like I have to repeat things like 3 to 5 times, and they're like, "Why didn't you ever tell me that?" I'm like, "Holy fuck, I don't know." Maybe because I don't carry around a hammer with a nail with the thing that I'm trying to tell you, so I can get it through your thick fucking head.
Must be these hearing aids I've got on.
I guess something AIDS related.
I don't wear hearing aids.
That's okay.
I know you do. You know, 86.
I know. I wear 2 of them, one on each ear. Things. I'm 86 now. The ripe old age of 86.
We'll believe that.
That's right. Selectively hearing and a cunt.
You're the youngest 86-year-old I've ever met, is all I'm gonna say.
I don't know, man.
And your mum, how old's your mum right now? Like, if you're 86, she must be like 112 or something.
I haven't talked to her in a long time. She doesn't want anything.
Oh, well.
I don't know. Well, no, I know what her deal is, but that's, I don't want to trauma dump and overshare, because if I'm overshare, then they're like, I have said pretty much the whole thing probably on 2 or 3 episodes. And deleted them.
We don't,
because it's just like,
I would rather you keep your anonymity. I don't think it's anonymity. I think nobody's ready for like how fucked up my life has really been.
I only cover the last couple years because the last couple years have kind of shaped why I'm prepping the way I'm prepping and why I understand all of this way better than
But
most
see, most,
people.
most of us started like 6 years ago. Like, if we're all, I mean, if
Yeah,
people are actually truly honest, most of us started 6 years ago.
yeah, yeah. During the Rona and the clot shots and
Yep,
the
and
the
all
the
that sort of
wipes
stuff.
and the wipies and the
I
nappies.
mean,
And
you might have had certain,
that's true.
you know, impressions prior to that, but certainly nothing that led to this.
Yeah. Whereas like this has really been actually mega obvious for like 10 years. Um, here because we had like the whole Zimmerman Trayvon Martin thing, all the Baltimore riots, the WTO riots in Seattle, the Occupy Wall Street bullshit. Like this has been in the works for
A long time.
26, 27 years. And then before that, you have the Rodney King riots, like in the 90s, and
Yeah.
the roof Koreans. Like here in the Pacific Northwest and just other parts of, this this has been super obvious to us, but the thing is like everybody, as long as people's lives aren't interrupted too much,
And
they
that was the problem.
compartmentalize it and completely go on. It wasn't until the Rona where they're like, well, I mean, here in Cascadia, most of us are used to having 2 weeks of food because they've been drilling into us for 25, 35 years. But during the Rona, the biggest mistake, that whole 2 weeks to flatten the curve thing, and I keep telling people this, well, why toilet paper? It's like, why toilet paper and water? It's, well, they told everyone they'd have to shelter in place for 2 weeks, and their perception was shattered to the point to where they were like, this could be the last of the toilet paper and water on the entire planet. And they all did exactly what you'd expect monkeys to do. And they grabbed it all. And they
Oh, this,
created the exact, I mean, they were 100% right. And that's the thing. The worst case scenario does not have to happen. People
no,
just have to think that it can. And they will react exactly how they are worried about them reacting because they're just projecting their own reality and they can't help it. So they grabbed all the toilet paper. It's not a big mystery. Everyone acts like it's a big mystery and it's a big joke. But they're doing exactly what they are programming and projecting themselves to do.
mm,
There's just no mystery, and they always grab water because they know that they need it.
yeah,
They grab TP because, yeah, and it's the same reason why they grabbed hand sanitizer. It's the same reason why there was no Lysol. There's no like big conspiracy. People think it's a fucking so funny, but it's not. It'd be no different than if we were in a deep freeze. We talked about this, like, oh, they would just go chop all the trees down immediately because people are really good at, no matter how batshit stupid they are, they can all focus on like one thing really easily. Like, the towers went down. It's like hunt down everybody with a towel on their head. Like the Rona happened, all of a sudden Asian people. Like people can focus on like one thing really well. We're gonna all freeze
yeah.
to death. They'll go chop down all the trees. Like we're all gonna starve to death. They'll go wipe out every animal. We hate water. They'll go and yell at it. Like
I
they're
think it's
simple.
why
They're very
I sort of, when I was living down in Mount Gambier, and I think I was the only one in the house that was basically going, why is that? And I was always useless at maths, like absolutely bloody terrible at maths. But even, I mean, it didn't take me much to figure out that something is horribly wrong. I mean, and you just started going, well, why is it wrong? Why is it this? Why is it that? And then you follow it down all the bloody rabbit holes, and then it's like, shit, I'd better start bloody putting stuff away. Because all of a sudden
masks were another
you're
one.
exposed to, yeah, I mean, but people were making their own masks, and people
Yeah.
were buying them. You know, I mean, people were making an absolute killing selling bloody handmade masks,
Yeah, and
and
handmade sanitizers.
everyone knew how useless they were.
But it didn't
Um,
matter because they knew, again, back to my point, the mask's effectiveness didn't matter. What mattered is people were going to attack you for not wearing one.
yeah, oh yeah, and they
And
were.
they projected, they manifested that into reality themselves.
Yeah,
By them attacking people, they created the need to wear them so they wouldn't fucking attack people. And so they made them and sold them back to each other so they wouldn't attack. And that's also how they tell the difference between people who are on their side or not. And I would literally watch them meet up. We called them the Prius twins, and there's a joke there, but don't worry about it. Um,
my
and they
mum
would meet
still
up
wears
with
masks.
people. What?
My mum still wears a mask when she goes out.
Oh, but here's well, it's because they just don't want to admit that they've. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know.
The
Yeah.
thing is,
Oh,
when
look.
these people would meet each other, how they greeted each other was telling each other how long it had been since their last booster, exactly where they got it, and which ones they have in their entire line of succession. And I'm not being sarcastic. This is how they greeted each other, and it's how they were able to tell the difference between themselves and everybody else. And you were not supposed to share this at work. And they freely shared it with each other because they knew that by sharing it, they could immediately work out who wasn't on their side. And this is how both sides work.
Yeah, I mean, it was yeah, because I remember going to New South Wales while it was on, or just when it was sort of starting to settle down, and caught up with a friend and stayed for a week. And of course, in New South Wales there were no masks.
Okay.
Victoria, there were. I mean, I didn't get out of the car driving through Victoria, so I went from New South Wales through Victoria to South Australia without actually stopping. Um, and finally got back to South Australia, got back to Mount Gambier, and had to stop at the post office on the way home. And I walked in there with no mask because I've been away for like a week in places where there were no masks, completely forgotten. And I've walked into the post office and I have just been about, where's your mask? It's like, what? What? I said, I've just been in New South Wales and Victoria. Oh my God, you've got to wear a mask. It's like, Jesus, man. I'm sorry. I can leave and come back tomorrow. Make sure you wear a bloody mask. Okay, fine. Okay, I'll do that. But I really need to get this posted today. Have you got a spare mask that I could buy? Okay, here you go. Put it on, quick. It was like I'm okay. You know, and ended up doing it, did what I had to do, and never went back to the post office the whole time I lived at Mount Gambier.
Yeah. I'll
Well,
share
and
one
then
story with you, but it'll
and
be
then the next day
yeah.
they stopped mask wearing in South Australia.
Yeah. I remember the footage of the people on the planes cheering when they could take their masks off. I was like, you guys are fucking sheep. But no, the thing is, like, with me, this was I want to say this was maybe like a year and a half to 2 years into the, extinction level event. And I was at the dentist, and I was freely 100%. Oh, the doctor dancing. I was 100% willing to wear one, but I wanted to talk to the gal first and get signed in, right? And she's I'm like, hello, like, I'm here for my 2 o'clock dentist appointment or whatever. Keep in mind, keep this in the back of your mind. Dentist office, dentist
Yeah.
office.
So
What
their
do you
face
do
is
with the?
like 2 inches above someone's open mouth
Yeah,
while
what do
they're
you? Yeah,
breathing.
exactly. So she goes, you have to put a mask on. And I just ignored her and kept talking. I'm like, okay, I'm, here for my 2 p.m. Can you please sign me in? She's like, put your mask on. I'm like, I'm here for my 2 p.m. Could you please sign me in? Could you please let the dentist know that I'm here? All the while, somebody behind me, some old guy, is like dying. Cough, like when it's like the coughing dying,
Yeah.
you're like, someone's gonna have to get him some oxygen because he's about to keel over. And she's like, you need to wear a mask. And I'm like, and you need to sign me in. I'm not talking to you through a mask. I'm like, masks aren't even required anymore. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's an essential service.
And she's like, you need to wear a mask. And I go, and you need to sign me in. I'm not talking to you through a mask. I'm like, I will put a mask on when you sign me in. How about that? And like, she would not fucking sign me in until I put a mask on. And like, she is sitting so far away. The dentist office. They're nowhere
Yeah.
near you. So she's
No.
yelling at me through a mask, and I'm just like, and you know what? Honestly, I should have said, you know what, bitch, go fuck yourself. And the thing is, like, I can't remember if that was the time or it was the next time, but somebody literally like drove through their office with a car soon after that, and they just like never got it fixed, and their like half their office was just like kind of like outside.
Destroyed. Yeah.
And it's just like, you cunt, you miserable cunt. And those were the kinds of stories. Those stories were just like every day. And it's like, you're lucky that we're in like a civilized society, because it wasn't one of those where there was like plexi between us. Like, that door's not locked. Like, just saying, I can actually just hop over this, just saying. Like,
the girl I was living with at the time, she couldn't understand why I go shopping once a week. She said, "How do you go shopping once a week? Why don't you go every night?"
Yeah.
And I said, and when it finally came, it was like, "Oh my God, we're not allowed to. How are we gonna go shopping? And it's like, oh, there's enough food in the house. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
I wasn't fussed. I had a freezer full of meat. I had a fridge that was full. I had a pantry that was full. It wasn't a big deal. Like, I just didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
Because I'd been prepping without knowing that I was prepping at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and she was like, what about, oh, well, we can still go out and get alcohol because you could.
Essentials.
I mean, it was, well, yeah, because we were all sort of joking at the time, and it's like, yeah, okay. And the really intelligent ones said, yeah, but what are the alcoholics going to do if they're not getting bloody alcohol? I mean, there's going to be a flaming riot somewhere. It was just hilarious. Grandma was telling you that
they tried to sue all the distilleries for switching over to all the distilleries switched over to making isopropyl, and they tried to sue them all. Did you know that?
See, in on the New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland border, the border actually goes down through the middle of the street.
Oh yeah.
Right. And I think there's places in America and Canada that are very similar. In fact, I was actually reading there's a place sort of, I think it's north of you, where you actually have to drive through Canada to get to American territory.
Yeah, it's called Alaska.
No. There's I can't bloody remember where it is. But anyway, they what they did was they put bollards down the middle of the street.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
And so people were lining up against the bollards and talking to whoever they were related to on the other side of the bollard. And it's like, are we serious about this right now? Like, this is where society's come to? Yeah, I think it's up near. Yeah, it's an island off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah. No, I
where
know what
is
you're
it?
talking about.
Vancouver. Um, so you've actually got to go up to Vancouver. You've got to catch a ferry across to the peninsula and then drive over the land bridge onto this island.
Well, there's Victoria. There's Vancouver Island and Victoria, but there's
Yeah,
Orcas Island, maybe.
yeah, it's sort of an island between Victoria and Anacortes.
Yeah, that's Orcas Island.
Yeah, so that's actually American territory, but you've actually got to drive through Canada and then come back into America again.
Oh, I wonder. Yeah, there must not be anything from Anacortes. There's some boats. I haven't
Yeah,
been
I'd
up there in a
imagine you'd
long
have a
time.
ferry there these days, but
Well,
they've,
God, they got
they've
tried to get rid of the ferries and turn them into electric ferries. I don't. It's fucking so. I wish I was making that up. That's they fucking retards.
I get it. I get it.
Absolute fucking morons. The war
Uh,
I will participate in. I know. I mean, Vancouver, BC is not much bigger than Britain. I'm sure you guys could take it over if you wanted. They don't have any guns anymore. They got rid of them
no,
all.
they probably don't anymore.
And they
So
killed all the ostriches, which is the only thing there that could have offered any resistance.
we we always seem to get the emu wars into each one of our
I know.
conversations, don't we?
I'm still mad that they killed those ostriches.
I know, right?
Fucking
And they
idiots.
never really gave a decent explanation for it. And like so many of the stories we've heard over the last 6 years, it's like I wonder whatever happened with, and it's just and you can't find anything about it anymore. And yet at one stage it just dominated every news story from here to Kingdom Come. It was like,
Bring
oh
back
my
the
god.
ostriches. Crossbreed the ostriches with the cassowaries until there's these fucking like giant mutant birds running around with giant fucking claws. I mean that's the thing that's going on with Seattle right now, right? There was 3 non-affiliated youths shooting at each other with ghost guns, and that shit just completely disappeared. They fired the police chief. The mayor's got a recall out on her now, and which is our version of impeaching somebody, kind of, but you don't impeach like a mayor, you like recall. Anyway, it's a whole deal. And but like they never said, was the second person that got killed, did he get killed by a third one? That whole thing just like disappeared. And the fact that they shut the cameras off right before it fucking happened, like, it's just gone. It's yesterday's news. The next thing's already going on.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like
it's
this
like
every
it's like
night.
that with everything though.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just like something just seems like the biggest story you've ever heard, and within a couple of weeks, everyone's forgotten about it.
It's usually by the next day. Like, because by
Yeah,
the next day, 3 more people have been shot and stabbed and stolen and washed up on the beach. And there's just there's no object permanence. People's brains bring back, people's brains can't track this much.
well, it's
It's
like
just
I said.
impossible.
I mean, I've been thinking that the world's going to flame and end every Christmas for the last 3 years. Because each year has just been gradually worse and worse and worse, and it's like, fuck,
Yeah,
I don't think we'll get through next year.
yeah,
Um,
we
it's like,
are we are going to get through this Christmas,
of
but
course we
things
are.
will be very
Oh,
obvious,
it'll be
very obvious to people.
even worse next year. You
Yeah,
thought this year was bad. Oh my God, next year's going to be worse
that's why I keep telling
because
everybody to make that money.
at the end of the day, I mean, our lives today compared to even 2018 is so wildly different. It is not funny.
Yeah,
Everyone
well,
everyone talks about the 90s and the 80s, but I'm sorry, 2018 was a better year.
it was, the economy was on a there's a couple of things. The economy was on a massive upswing because Orange Man, and the tariffs, that was the last chance that the tariffs actually could have applied pressure. That's, Hong Kong was rising up, and that is exactly when China just pressed the button. And right then, they all should have just been surgically removed, as far as I'm concerned. Instead, people just got so distracted. Orange Man just got so distracted, and but I think part of it is just like maybe they didn't know how big of a biohazard just got let out. Like, Fauci knew. He knew how bad of a biohazard that got let out, and they handled it completely wrong. And that's exactly why I think Taiwan's going to be handled wrong. That's why Ukraine got handled wrong, and Iran got. We're handling every single situation just the worst way possible. The Afghanistan pullout, and now we're pulling our bases back all over the world. Like, this is a battle of attrition that we have officially lost. Like, we've lost World War III. Not you guys. Like, the U.S. has lost World War III. People just don't know it yet.
I don't know.
Which is why we should just nuke everybody in Minecraft. But I mean, that's what a lot of the top people are saying, is that
what they're talking about at the moment.
Yeah, because we're out of everything else. So like, it's gonna have to be nukes. Which we should, if we just nuked India, maybe everyone would just use them as an example. Just be like, why did you nuke India?
What do you think the reaction is going to be if they do use nukes in Iran? For the not for the prepper community, because most of us have been expecting it for months, but for everyone else, it's going to be holy fuck.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about how hilarious it would be if we nuked India. Like, Pakistan's like, yay. Well, oh shit. Hey, Pakistan, what's going on? They're like, nothing. You want to trade? You want to be trading partners? Yeah, I guess. Like, what you got?
Well, so even looking, like, forgetting about,
I don't know. Oh, okay.
Like, Taiwan is like only 234 miles from one end to the other.
Yeah.
So we can win the shit. And it is at the widest point.
Yeah, Taiwan's tiny, but it's all mountains.
Yeah, because looking at the Google Earth image, all the roads are on the Chinese side. There's like this huge mountain range that virtually goes right from the bottom all the way through to the top.
Yeah. And that's where that's where the whole entire military is going to be hiding. Because China can't take those mountains.
Well, what is it? From Guangzhou.
They can't land. So they can't land anything on the other side of those mountains. They have to land on the nice squishy side where it's dense urban terrain too. Yeah. So,
and that's only 115 miles away from China's mainland.
Yeah, and they're constantly drilling around it, and they only have to drill around it so many times until they change their mind.
So, I don't know. I mean, Australia's screwed if they take Taiwan.
You just got to sneak aboard a ship and get over here, and then you can help me fix my freaking house.
Yeah. Too far away.
No, you can make it here. Like, I mean, it'd take like 45 days, but you'd eventually get here on a ship. Just follow the current.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wash up on shore with all that fucking garbage.
Have you turned Google Earth towards the Pacific Ocean? You can't actually see land at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just your flat earther, discrimination. Right? It's round.
Oh, so no, I'm looking at it around, like, on Google Earth. So from there to Washington is 7,300 miles.
Yeah, but you
And
just talked about driving 1,000 miles like it was no big deal. So that's only 7 times
yeah,
more.
but I can stop whenever I feel like it. So
You can stop
that's
in the ocean. You can pee wherever you want in like seven different directions,
time
all at the
zones.
same time. Especially if it's windy.
Especially if I'm on the international dateline.
Yeah,
oh look,
like
oh look, it's Monday. Okay, now it's Thursday. Oh look, it's back Monday.
yeah, you can even you could live stream it and then make a bunch of money. You can get your view count going.
There's people who bloody live stream the Coriolis effect, where the water goes around.
Oh my god, that's
Isn't there a place in Africa where there's like a whole bunch of people pouring water down funnels? It's like
probably.
they do it on one side of the border, and then if you go to the other side of the border, which is only like 10 meters away, the water spins the other way, and people actually believe it.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
I mean, we're on a planet full of retards, so
oh, there's a bunch of people making a shit ton of money out of it as well. So,
yeah, well,
it's just
people sell their bathwater too, so there you go.
Don't you live on a boat, Optical?
I mean, it's an island-shaped boat, or is it a boat-shaped island?
Oh dear, I thought she lived on one of those canal boats or something. I don't know.
No, I had a friend that lived on a houseboat. Them switching out the pylons and stuff was like pretty crazy.
Oh look, I mean, that was talked about. Like where's your escape? If anything ever goes wrong, and everyone's going, oh, we'd do a homestead and we'd get all our friends there, and somebody said, no, you want a boat. And it's like, okay, well, there's only a certain amount of stuff you can put on a boat. Yeah, but you could sail across the oceans, and I'm thinking, yeah, what sort of boat are you buying again?
Yeah, are you going back to Christopher Columbus and like
Well,
with those giant sailing ships?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't want to be stuck in the middle of of the Atlantic with a bloody hurricane or a typhoon or something like that going through, and there's 200-foot waves and
Look, this is what they don't tell you in ship sailing school. So if you ever look on a map, those hurricane things, they go in a circle. If you're in a sailing windy boat, you just angle your ship to the side, and then the outer edge of the wind just gently scoots you around it, and then you pop out the other side. In fact, you can go really fast, but as long as you make sure that you go the way that the twisty thing is going.
Well, that's providing you're in a sailboat. These days, most of the boats are bloody motorboats or yachts.
Oh yeah, I know, but we're talking about sailboats. You just gently sail around it. I'm sure that's how it works. I can ask Grok if you want, and he's going to lie to me and say that Indians aren't taking over. I asked it. It's like, I definitely never told you that it was anything else other than completely impossible. I'm like, you definitely did like a month ago. No, I didn't.
You liar.
I know. Like, you calling me a liar. Calling me a liar.
Okay. That's a worry. Sorry, I'm still looking at Google Earth. Anyway, I don't think I'm going to go out bush tonight.
Oh, you changed your mind? You pussied out?
Yeah, I'm pussing out. I'll go tomorrow.
Is it because I kept you for too long? This is my fault?
No, it's not your fault. I was looking at the weather and just wondering.
Oh, that's a good point.
And it is sort of spitting out there at the moment. So.
Oh, is it spitting or is it pissing?
No, it's spitting.
Oh,
which means it could be here for 5 seconds. It could be gone within, 5 minutes. I don't know.
Okay.
And Optical's wagged work again, so,
Oh, well, yeah, she's an enabler.
Oh, dear. So, yeah. And it's probably getting very late over there.
Oh, it's definitely almost 1 a.m, and I definitely have gravel coming at 9 a.m.
Oh, I was going to say, you don't have a meeting at 9 o'clock again tomorrow.
No, I haven't. I have a meeting at 10.
How's How did the meeting go the other night or the other morning?
I told you about the one, like topic
Yeah,
one,
yeah.
topic one, and nobody knew what the fuck it was. And like, yeah, that was fun. No, it's fine. I mean, like, I'm really good at what I do. Um,
Yeah.
and I'm the technical lead now, which gives me absolutely no authority, but it at least means on paper that like I have technically the technical authority now. So
So
like
you're now in charge of a team, or?
I'm I answer to the technical components of whatever's going on, which means I'm not just arbitrarily thrusting myself into all of the problems now like
Yeah.
I used to be. Um, I have the authority on paper now to do it. Um, by my level in the
Which probably gives
company.
you a bit more freedom.
It doesn't give me more freedom. It means that people can't officially throw a fit about me inserting myself into everything anymore.
Right.
Ringo. So
Yeah.
which just means I don't know. Ringo, what are you doing, you crazy cat? Um it just means that I can formally officially be the actual voice of the technical parts of the system. Whereas before I was just imposing myself for 3 years and
Wow.
everybody just kind of put up with it. It took me 3 years to officially get it.
Yeah.
Like things just moved like dog shit slow, but things are moving much faster now. So like yeah, I was on a call today where I got to make a bunch of technical points and actually have, the title to back it up instead of like, oh, who's this fuck face?
Yeah.
So it
Well,
does it is a
you've
big
also got the experience as well now too. So, you know.
yeah, but that doesn't stop people as much as I wish it did. That doesn't stop people from going, who the fuck do you think you are? Because I work with a lot of people that are like the same. Before, a lot of these people were at least one like level above me, like job level above me. Now, uh, unfortunately for a lot of them, I am now the same level as all of them, and they can't just pull their level on me anymore.
Oh, they that.
And so there are still several people still above me, like the managers are above me, and a couple of people that have kind of like wonky special levels are above me. But almost everybody that was a problem is now at like a peer level.
Yeah. Okay.
So they have to shut the fuck up when I make technical points. They can't just say, well, that's like your opinion
Even though
anymore.
you're probably right.
Oh well, oh yeah. I mean, I was the second architect to the system that we're using right now. Like in terms of the analysis, testing, documentation, all of it.
All the shit that goes along with it.
Yeah, exactly. So like the other day, the vendor tried to say that other customers were using like part of our functionality. I'm like, you guys built that functionality for us. You didn't have it before. And he's like, well, others are using it now. I'm like, well, maybe then the rest of your customers also want this other thing. It's like, and so it's like, but me and him built the system together. He just built it on like the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
Um, and so like because I'm the technical lead now, like that stuff carries with the vendor. It's even more important with the vendor because it's not like some lowbie schmuck is has a good point, but he's really low on the totem pole. Like I'm higher up now, so like on the vendor side, what I say carries a lot more water now too.
Mm. You're obviously happier there.
I'm It's nice to not be able to get walked on as much. I can tell people to shut their fucking mouths now if I want to, um, and not just have them. Yeah, like
So
there.
less stress, basically.
I mean, there was just a huge entitlement problem. People were very, very much entitled based on this funny ranking system that they had, and all that. When I got up to the next work group level, all that just went away, and
Mm.
there's only two non-managers now that out-level me. So, um, which is super, 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 super rare. Um, but I kind of modeled everything I do after the person who hired me, which was the last person in this position. So I just try to do everything that he did. And I still talk to him all the time. And he's ironically in the exact same boat vendor wise that I am. And so we've still very much kept in touch and stuff. So,
Yeah.
That the hard part out of all of this, and I kind of joked about this in the beginning. The hard part is finding mentors. That becomes just increasingly impossible because what tends to happen is all of the good people leave, all the bad people stay because they have a comfy spot where they're hiding. Um, so shit tends to roll downhill, and you're dealing with progressively lower and lower performing people as the higher and higher and higher performing people roll out onto bigger and better things. And so how do you balance being with ultra low performing people and still getting anything done while there is massive amounts of downward pressure for you to produce as little as possible so that you don't make everybody else look as inept as they actually are. And that becomes this crazy juggling act. And I had been interviewed at a place once, and this guy said, what's your greatest weakness? And I said, like, working too hard to the point of pissing everybody else off. And he's like, well, I don't see that as a weakness. I'm like, I do it the way everybody treats me. They act like it's a big problem. And that guy was a giant piece of shit. And I didn't get that job. I have since adjusted my attitude because some people consider that humble bragging, but like, it's ironically, like, even with like health issues and stuff.
Well, you're just answering the question.
I still, oh yeah, even with my health issues now, I still way, way outperform everybody. I mean, you got to admit, like, you can be honest, like, if you were a hiring manager somewhere, knowing what you know about me, like, you got to pretty much assume that I would just literally outperform everybody without even really having to try. Like,
yeah, I mean, I know,
close.
I mean, a friend, I mean, I think I was saying the other day, like I've got a friend in Queensland. Actually, I'm going to be sort of going up there and saying g'day to them.
Okay, good day.
This trip. So, but what was her hours the other day? She started at 7 a.m. Um, I've known her for 10 years. Um, we actually met up at SeaWorld at the Gold Coast when I was, I think I was the vice president of the Building Designers Association of South Australia at the time, and we basically decided to join the National Building Designers Group, right? Which meant, we sort of met up with the guys from Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, Western Australia, Northern Territory. Half of our membership didn't want us to join it. They preferred to sort of keep things the way they were, but we decided to join it. And so they had a national awards thing, and we were all invited up there. And our group paid for the tickets and everything else, so I got to go along with the president. So we flew up there and landed and pretty much checked in to SeaWorld on the Gold Coast, and it's one of these great big theme parks and all the rest of it. And then we went straight into meetings for the rest of the day. We were there for work. We weren't there for pleasure. We got a bit of pleasure, but not too much. And as part of the awards sort of thing, they had a lot of their sponsors come along as well. So, whether it was James Hardie or WeatherTex or, a whole range of other different suppliers who were virtually paying for the event and, as part of their sponsorship, And of course, they brought along a bunch of their reps to virtually sell to us as well. So, because we all got gift packs and little bags of samples and stuff like that, just for being there. And so I met this girl, and she was one of the reps for WeatherTex, and we ended up talking for probably a couple of hours just while they had this show where they've got this dolphin show where they get the ski-doo things, and people ride dolphins like they're surfing. You've probably seen it on TV. And that was the last time I saw her, and we've sort of maintained contact. But as things go, life moves on, and she's now working at Liquorland in a drive-through, where she basically, you pull up in your car, you order what you want, they bring it out to your car, you pay it, and you drive off. And so she started work at 7 o'clock in the morning, and worked through until 1 o'clock. And then she went home and then went back at 4 o'clock and worked through until 9:45. And that's been her week this week. Like, that is a stupid amount of hours for a start. But it's incredibly physical work as well. Because, you think you pick up a carton of beer, which holds 48 cans or 48 bottles, and she's basically doing nearly probably 1,000 of those in a day.
That's crazy.
Right.
But does she want to dress up as a nurse?
She's married.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I know, right?
But does she just understand like that making money is like super important? So she has a husband, presumably. Are they both just trying to make stupid amounts of money, or?
I don't know.
What's their plan?
Because he teaches people how to drive trucks.
Okay.
But she was sort of saying, he's like, I don't really speak to him at all. I've never actually met the guy. I've never spoken.
And he doesn't want to dress up as a nurse either, presumably.
He wants to dress up as a schoolboy, apparently.
Holy cow! All right.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I could go into a lot of things, but yeah, that's yeah. He's rather odd.
Oh boy.
So, but yeah, apparently goes through jobs every 3 years. So he's not
That's
one of these. He's not
ridiculous.
one of these guys that basically gets into a job and wants to stay there. He gets bored, so he leaves.
Those people are gonna get so fucked. I've been like
I know, I know.
they
And
they
you
they
and
have
you you've
complete
got
normalcy bias. They have no idea,
you've got the wife who's basically working like absolute friggin' buggery,
man.
like just killing it, you know. But
Yeah,
she's got that work ethic, you know. Like a lot of people would go to a job like that. That's probably last maybe a week,
yeah.
because you know, oh, it'd be cool working in a bottle store in a drive-through, you know. Just think of all the alcohol, you know, without thinking of all the bloody, you know, the walking
The
around, the carrying, the
repeated
restocking,
stress
you know.
injuries.
Oh, look, you know, you've got to lift these boxes, you've got to carry them out to the car, you've got to hold them while you're doing the card swipe thing. You
Ugh.
know, it's bloody. I mean, you'd get home and you would be absolutely knackered, but not just tired knackered, physically knackered.
Yeah. I mean, if
It's
you don't have to deal with
really
psychopaths all day, like I think where that starts to get frustrating is
well,
if
and alcoholics, because guess who
yeah,
buys alcohol? You know, it's
drunk people.
it's not just sober people. Um,
I assume you guys
so
have rules there about selling alcohol to people who are already drunk.
well, I mean, number one, you shouldn't be bloody driving if you're drunk
I
anyway.
know
But
we're not talking about should
hey,
and shouldn't. Like,
um,
is that a thing that happens fairly often? Is that or
well, let's put it this way: the cops will get you within about half a second because they got breathos just about everywhere. So you know,
okay?
and they're legally able to breathalyze you on the side of the road. Um, you know, so they'll set up little camps
The
where
checkpoints.
yeah,
Yeah.
they'll pull over 20 or 30 cars and they'll breatho
Golly,
everyone, and they'll basically you know test you know put the paddle pop stick in your mouth and rub it around and
golly.
and do all that sort of stuff. So yeah, oh yeah, they out of 30 on a Friday night, out of 30, they you know they'll lose. I mean, at least two will lose their vehicle. You know, it's just it's
I mean,
rampant.
that's like guilty till proven innocent, though. But I mean, if that's your guys'
Yeah, but
laws, then like whatever.
that's the laws. So yeah, I mean, I don't get breath tested very often, but I mean, I have been breath tested. And you feel as nervous as fuck when you drive up, even though you've done absolutely nothing wrong. You know, and you wind the window down. Have you been drinking tonight, sir? No. Okay. Can you breathe in this for 10 seconds or until I say stop?
Why even ask? It doesn't fucking matter.
And then they shove it in your gob, and then you just start breathing. And within about 2 seconds, they go, "Yep, you can go."
Why do they even ask? That's so I'm getting so sick and tired of this shit. Like this whole like, hey, can you just sit here and wait for a minute? Am I being detained or not? Do you have any weapons in the car? Am I being detained or not? Like, do you want my driver's
They
license?
don't even ask about weapons. They just go,
So
"Have you?
fucking
Good
stupid.
afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good
Yeah, not too
afternoon.
bad.
It's like 2 o'clock.
Have you been drinking? Oh yeah, they'll do it at 2 o'clock in the morning. They'll do it at 4 o'clock in the morning, or they'll do it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they'll do it around a school area
Wow.
because all the women who've been sitting at home all day, depressed, go and pick their kids
Yeah.
up for school, and yeah, half of them are smashed out of their brains.
Well, they're depressed because they won't dress up as nurses. I mean, I don't know what to tell. Like, I don't know why they're complaining. Like, cameras are things that exist. Like, just, I don't know. I don't understand how, as a society, we have just failed so hard that we have to have like yeah, sell the bathwater. I mean, do something like where we have to have these like traffic cameras and speed cameras and speed
Oh my God,
and
Adelaide,
it's just
Australia
like,
has this major obsession with speed cameras, average speed cameras, fixed speed cameras in traffic lights, speed cameras here, there, bloody everywhere. I mean, it's
and
horrendous.
I think it's more that like taxes, like we talked about
Oh yeah,
taxes, like it subsidizes all the money laundering and all the money printing that they're already doing. Like
Well,
Really, the answer is to just either stop driving and just completely rob them of that, and then just go and
here's one.
remove them, which is what they're doing with the flock cameras here. Everyone got tired of it. Finally, people had been removing speed cameras for a while. Those people got caught and they got really nasty jail sentences. One guy, I think the cops like beat the living shit out of him for like chopping down all their cameras. But like earlier, I was talking about like cessio plebis. That's what Hudson Valley is always talking about. I mean, it's just like just leaving the cities, like just leaving, just not driving through those traffic camera areas, not driving. Thank you, sir. Just
Are you ready? Are you
flock
ready for
cameras
this?
can't do anything if you just don't drive anymore.
Well, here we go. How much revenue did the South Australian government make out of speed cameras 2025? How much do you reckon?
$25 million.
Keep going.
30 million? 35 million?
Add another zero to that, and you're closer.
350 million?
$278,967,381.
I hate speed bumps.
Out of 342,383 penalty notices.
Yeah, so here's the problem, though. Just like with the $60 cheeseburgers, the problem's not the speed cameras. The problem is that people keep fucking paying it. The thing, Bernie Sanders here is trying to make it to where they can't garnish Social Security checks for, I want to say it was like unpaid student loans. And it's just like, really the answer is to stop going to college. There's no jobs left. Stop going to college now. Like, you don't gone fucked up unless you're going to school to be a fucking doctor. Like, stop driving through flock cameras, stop driving through the speed things. Just like,
but isn't that what they want?
Isn't what they want?
For people to stop driving.
No, I mean stop commuting, period. Like, if everybody had just stayed home, if everybody had just stayed home during the Rona and just said, no, we're not coming back to the office, these flock cameras and these speed traps and all these speed bumps, all this dumb shit that they're doing and they wouldn't have been able to keep the cities limping along for 6 years. If everybody had just said, we're not going back, go fuck yourselves in your stupid cube prisons.
Yeah, and the problem is people have mortgages and stuff like that, and the normies just went back.
They should not have gone back. They're a bunch of lame. But here's the problem. They're hypocrites. They talk about their stupid ass socialist utopias, and then the second there's even just a little bit of any slight cudgeling, they immediately just get herded right back into their bunkers again, and their cube fort prisons. What I'm saying is, like, this is my point. They keep paying the taxes. They keep voting this stuff in. They want it. They want the flock cameras. They want the gang shootings. They want the
videos on YouTube saying we need more flock cameras.
They do need more. They do need more flock cameras. They need a wall around their city, and they need nanny government. They need Nigel Farage to go take care of them and change their diapers. They need that. That's what they need. That's what they want. They need the commercials that tell them what to buy. They need financial systems that just immediately take their money away from them. They need complete and total utter control. Like, they need 1984. They need to be told what to think. They need to be told what to do. They need to be told how to spend their money. They are brain dead fucking morons. They cannot be trusted what to buy and what to do with their time, and they cannot be trusted what to do with their money. And this has been, and I can't remember, is it Woodrow Wilson? I can't remember which president wrote the whole socialist manifesto thing. Like, people cannot be trusted who to vote for. They can't be trusted to do any of this. And that sounds like some kind of like sick, backwards,
Communist.
brainwash, communist thing. But like the reality is, it's true. If you tell people in TSA that they can't get on a plane until they take their clothes off and let people grope them, they'll just
That's
do it.
what they'll do it.
They will just do it. And there was this gal, and she was flying back from India, and for some reason she wasn't wearing anything under her jumper, and and she was endowed,
Oh no,
and
bruh.
and
Yeah.
all the Indians made her take her top off, and she just did it. Like, and this is what our world has become. If they told everyone we need to shove a Q-tip up your nose, even with no hint that it actually works or does anything or that it's not
Even
inverse,
the
all of a
inventor
sudden,
came out. Even the inventor of that test came out and said, "I don't know why they're using it.
yeah,
It doesn't
all of a
work."
sudden, they all started. And then if you ran it underwater, it was considered that you were abusing it or something.
Oh,
If they could have told,
people were shoving it in orange juice
yeah,
and bloody Coke and all this sort of
and they
stuff, and
said
it
you
was
were abusing it if you did
coming
that.
back positive. It was like, what?
Because yeah, they said you're abusing the test. Here's the thing. They could have told everyone that they had to shove those things up their butts and everybody would have done it. They could have said, like, because how that's how
Yeah.
brainwashed these people are. They don't deserve freedom. They deserve to be hooked up to a fucking tube to where they have fed food all day and a catheter and just plug VR on them and just I don't even know. They they are useless excuses for fucking oxygen.
Mm.
They don't have minds. They are zombies. They are soulless, mindless, feral, zero IQ fucking zombies. And there are billions of them on the planet, and you are surrounded by them.
Yep.
Because these people, they fucking know they're not supposed to drink and drive. They're NPCs. They know they're not supposed to drink and drive. They fucking do it every day.
Going anyway.
They
Yeah,
know
I
they're not
must.
supposed to do
Have you
drugs.
ever? Have you?
They do it every
Well,
day.
you don't drink, so it's
No, I
kind of
don't drink.
difficult to ask that. But um, I mean, many years ago, I mean, I was out bush, right?
Yeah.
On my own. I'd already been going out there for many, many moons before that. And one time I thought, if you're ever going to figure out what it's like to drink drive, here's the place, right? So I did. I got hopelessly drunk, got into the car and went spotlighting, right? And within 5 minutes, I thought, I can't flam and do this. I mean, I just felt like I was going to throw up or something like that, you know. It was an experiment just to see what it was like to actually do it, right? And I've never ever done it since. From that moment, my rule has always been, sure, you can have a drink, you can have one. And I don't care whether it's one scotch, whether it's one beer, whatever alcohol, right? Just one. And even if I'm going to be there for 5 hours, I'm only allowed to have one. That is it. And that way I will never, ever, ever get caught again. And I've had people go, you've only had one though. You've been here for ages. You can have another one. No, no, that's my rule. Sorry. That's it. And I'll go straight back onto Coke or lemonade or I mean I've even drank glasses of milk. Water, whatever. But I'm only allowed to have one. If I'm gonna get into a vehicle and drive, that is it. That's my law. That's my rule.
People want you to drink more than one because
Yeah,
you are considered the equitable, reasonable voice of reason in the room, and that is a direct affront to everything they are. And so by making you bend your rules and morals, it
I,
validates that they can act like raging
yeah.
alcoholics, and this is what they do. This is
And
how
I
evil
simply I
just in
simply will
general.
not change the way I think. That's been my rule from the moment that I did that little experiment so many years ago
Hmm.
to this day, and I still won't do it. I won't change.
Yeah,
I won't change my mind because I knew what it was like. Um, and I mean, okay, yeah, I was in the middle of a paddock. I wasn't on a private road. I never once went onto a road at all. I was just driving around the paddocks, and that was enough. That was enough for me to understand what it was actually like, and I won't do it again.
yeah. Well,
You know,
you understand exactly how evil works. Evil works by corrupting everyone around them to reduce everybody to the lowest common denominator.
yeah, and yeah, I'm always the designated driver. That's people know that if I go out to dinner, I'll have one alcoholic beverage, and that'll be it. So by the time we leave a restaurant or something else like that, 2 or 3 hours later, that's gone. It just won't even pick up on a breatho at all.
That's good.
So you know, so I'm always the designated driver. But these days I've got no one to go out to dinner with anyway.
No, I'd go out to dinner with you
So that's okay.
if there's steak. If there's like a $60 cheeseburger involved.
Oh yeah,
But
oh
there has
yeah.
to be chips or crisps or something.
Oh no, there's got to be chips. Yeah, chips and
Yeah.
salad. Bugger the vegetables. I can have
Steaks.
vegetables at home.
Yeah, there's vegetables outside. I walk by them.
Yeah, I know. But I don't understand. I mean, this is another weird thing, and maybe it's just me. I won't eat anything out when I go out that I eat at home.
Yeah, that's why I like
Bec-
my favorite is like shredded beef nachos because I'm like, I'm not making shredded beef nachos at home.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point of going out and paying freaking good money on something that you could easily cook at home? I just don't see the point. Just
I don't know. That's why I like to get we used to get this thing called the Sydney Sinful Sunday, and it was like it's a really good ice cream and with all kinds of stuff on it and stuff. It's like, yeah, well, I mean, Dairy Queen used to have like a lot of really nice stuff like that, but um, yeah, go get a dessert that you're never gonna make at home and that you can't buy anywhere.
yeah. I mean,
Go
that's
drink
that.
something, like having Coca-Cola in a glass that's been like in the freezer, like, and then get tanked off your ass on Coca-Cola that because you only drink like one Coke every 6 years.
I don't. I actually changed everything over to lemonade these days, and it was funny because the first time I actually mentioned, when I go out bush, I'll have a scotch and lemonade, and someone said,
Mm.
"Why would you ever put lemonade with scotch?" And I said, "Well, number one, it's only a cheap scotch anyway.
Mm.
Number two, lemonade in Australia is not what lemonade is in America.
Oh yeah,
It's a soda,
like yeah,
and
carbonated.
we call it soft drink. I don't know why we call it soft drink, but we do. Um,
I'm getting yelled at in the chat.
proper chunky chips.
I don't like carbonated anything because it upsets my system.
Never put it in
Um,
scotch. I
yeah,
do, and only because I've found out what Coke actually does. Um,
yeah,
and that's been part of the journey as well. Because you can actually use Coke as a cleaning product. So, if you can use it as a
yeah.
cleaning product, why would you want to put it in your body? But
Yeah,
then
but you
again,
can use baking soda as a cleaning product too, and people put that in everything.
yeah, well, there is that. So, yeah. But then again,
But you can also
I
put out fires with it. So, I mean, don't eat too much of it.
well, and that's the thing, providing you do things in moderation, then, really what's the problem? So, um, oh, no. If it's a proper Scotch optical, it is neat. It comes neat. There, I might be tempted to put it on the rocks, but no, no, it is neat. But this is only, $30 scotch, and that's it. Yeah, Red Bull and vodka
Oh,
was a
that's
thing
right.
was a thing
Yeah.
at a time. And I never really understood that. I couldn't
People
actually
like
I
to have
can't.
heart attacks, I think.
Oh, I couldn't stand the taste of Red Bull, to be
Oh,
fair with you.
I don't think I've ever drinking a Red Bull.
It's bloody
Jaeger.
awful.
Yeah.
In fact, someone keeps on asking
Jaeger bombs.
where are they getting all their money from?
Jaeger bombs. Yeah, exactly.
Because Red Bull
Man, I don't
surely
know.
doesn't sell that much Red Bull.
I mean, they started opening up like Red Bull bars that they mixed Red Bulls into all different kinds of like flavored sodas and stuff. Um, I don't know why you'd waste like $6 on a fancy Red Bull when you could just get a whole case of Monster Rehabs and 5 hour energies. Oh, I can't believe that. I used to like drink. Fuck. I used to drink a 5 hour in like a Monster, like in a lemonade, and just like, all right, I'm going back to work. Like, salty on a cleaning front. It's like a solvent. It's like
Yeah,
the cans even look like solvent. They look like oil little oil cans.
yeah, they do, don't they?
Even with the
Yeah.
red, like they literally, if you go to a car shop, it's like, oh, that's actually just literally a can of oil. It
Yeah,
actually looks like a can of oil.
tastes like cleaning products. Jaeger bombs. Yeah, I know what Jaeger bombs are. I've never
Yeah.
had one, but yeah, bloody awful. Um,
I fucking
yeah.
hate alcohol. As I've said a billion times, I don't care.
Look, I mean, the funny thing is that in terms of prepping, vodka is actually quite good in terms of prepping.
I
Um,
know. So is Everclear. I know.
yeah, I
There's
don't know what
something else that it's used for too.
in
Uh,
fact, any of the clear vodkas, oh sorry, clear alcohols, it just can't have it can't have color to it. As soon as it's got color, it's no good.
okay.
Um, but yeah, what is it? I did a tincture when I first got here because we had stinging nettle. I had
Oh
stinging
boy.
nettle at the back,
Yeah.
and somebody said I was just going to spray it all. And somebody said, no, 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 don't spray it, don't spray it. You can keep it and you can turn it into a tincture. And I said, well, what's a tincture? This was when I was still trying to figure it all out.
Hmm.
And then somebody said, no, no, what you do is you get the stinging nettle, you clean it, and then basically you put it into like a old coffee, like a cleaned out coffee
Hmm.
glass jar, um, and then you basically get vodka, and then you fill it up, right? Fill it right up to the top, seal the lid, and then once every 24 hours you turn the bottle upside down, right? And you do that for about 2 weeks. So each morning you come out, you turn the bottle upside down, and then after the 2 weeks is done, um, you basically filter out the liquid into a separate jar,
Hmm.
and that creates a tincture.
Hmm.
So you've got the stinging nettle and the vodka, and so I've probably got about 6 1 litre bottles of vodka that I don't drink, but it's purely there just as in case I need it for something. I don't drink it,
Okay.
um, but I just keep it because it's basically once you've got it, because vodka is one of these alcohols that you can actually put in the freezer and it will never freeze.
Right. Exactly.
So you can put it into a chest freezer and it won't actually freeze. So I just keep about 6 1 litre bottles of vodka here, and in case they ever want to do anything. But the tincture is great. Yeah, tincture was fine. Um, and I think I ended up filling up about 40 of those little pipette bottles. You know, they've got
Yeah,
like a little squeeze thing. You pull it out and you put a couple of drops under your tongue, and it works. I don't know
there you
what it
go.
actually does, but it does.
It turns you into a mint fairy.
Apparently. But the only thing I found out was that a lot of these tinctures that everyone goes on about, um, if you're a female and you're looking to get pregnant, 90% of these tinctures will actually abort the baby.
Yeah, I should probably. I've been thinking about putting more of that in my book. There's a section about that
It's
now.
so dangerous. Like the side
Yeah,
effects are just incredible,
yeah.
and especially for females. Not so much for males, but it can affect their entire
Entire
you know
eucalyptus system.
yeah, uterus and womb and everything else. Some of these. I mean, you mentioned UTIs the other day, but it
Yeah, I have
can
a whole
actually
chapter on that now.
it can cause some of those, some of these tinctures. So you've got to be really careful about what you're doing with them.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a
you
good.
know,
This is a good place to leave it because it's late AF and I have to get up early AF.
yes,
So
and it's getting dark AF here too.
it's getting dark AF and redder AF and all the things. So
Irish accent.
we're talking trash about you in chat.
Yeah, I know. I can see.
Okay. This wasn't just in case, full transparency, we're talking trash about you.
That's well. I'd be surprised if you weren't.
Yeah, it'd be suspicious. You'd be wondering where I'm talking trash about you at that you can't find out.
No, right.
So,
Yes.
yeah,
No.
any,
I'd better let you go to bed because it's got to be getting towards 2 or 3 o'clock.
yeah, it's vodka o'clock here. What was I gonna say? Yeah, yep. My books. I'm just doing any teeny tiny cleanups, and so I'm
Yep.
gonna hit publish on my book here in a few days, and then get out copies if you wanna yell at me. But it might not get to you in time before you got to go on your road trip. I guess is
Yeah,
the
I
problem.
know. That's going to be the problem. Yeah.
That's the bugger all because
Well, I'm
yeah.
I'm looking at going on the 10th of September.
Mm, I might be able to make it.
To give you an idea.
I wasn't gonna have you say that on stream, but I think you've already said it a few times.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's only you, me, and optical anyway. So.
No, I can delete this chat afterwards if you want.
Oh, okay. No, it's up to you.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll be vamoosed on the 10th at about 2 o'clock.
Vermouth or
2 o'clock.
Vamoosed?
2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So yes.
I might be able to make something happen by then. We'll see how I do tomorrow. We'll see how I'm feeling about it because I don't want to pull the trigger on it until I'm actually.
Don't let me rush it, because that's not fair. So you've got to take your time and you've got to be happy with it. So
The thing is I know this. No matter what I do, the second I hit publish, it's gonna just be immediate regret. It doesn't matter how much time it's just. That's why it's been reiterated on for 5 years.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, because it's just, yeah, it is what it is. So,
yep. No, that's okay. Well, you have a great day, optical. You get some bloody sleep, Chance, and and I'm sure I'll be out bush tomorrow. So that's going to happen.
Okay.
It's not going to happen tonight, but I will be out there. And yeah, you have a good night.
Yeah, I will. Yeah,
whatever's left of it.
Yeah, it's actually going to be my book's anniversary here in 8 days. It'll be
Woohoo!
the 4-year anniversary in 8 days, August 29th, 2022.
Terrific.
Yeah.
No worries. Okay, well, take care, everyone, and I will catch you later,
Yep. Cheerio.
as we say. Bye.
Bye.